Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Lama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Lama.
Good morning, couch potatoes. Look at us. We are 100% Lego-fied. I'm so
I know,
excited
it's
about it.
so cute.
I know. Backgrounds, little Lego us's. If you can't tell, we're super into this story. I know it's been almost a week since we've got to jump back into it, but I promise you, Buffy and I have been in the BAM weeds this last week. My entire
Trying
weekend
to. It's so
was
hard to sift through everything.
It was. It is. It is. I made a spreadsheet and everything. It looks like spreadsheets of a crazy person, but I'm very excited about it all. We were in deep.
It's
No,
organized chaos.
it is organized chaos. That is what I'm known for, organized chaos. Now, we're going to do this today. This week, we are doing another case, the Laura Owens case, and it's a big week for that one. But we will do some extra streams for this because Reckless Ben has court next week. Two of them. He has his TRO civil hearing thing, which is what we're going to start going over. And then Wednesday, he has his criminal Utah case, which involves the American Fork Police Department. And that in itself is a whole fucking can of worms. Holy shit balls. It's even worse now, kind of like looking at things and like picking stuff to put in the spreadsheet and all of that. Oh boy, it's so bad for them. It's so bad. So we will be sure to cover body cam, all of that stuff. We'll probably have to do that next week because the civil complaints for all of this is like a bazillion pages, I've
It
learned.
really is.
So we're gonna make sure we hit the TRO stuff first, since they're having an evidentiary hearing next Tuesday, which will be a big deal. I have heard it was going to be streamed, but I'm not 100%. So it might be one of those that we get after the fact. And of course, we'll stream that and watch that together.
Ooh.
And then we will get into the body cam American Fork corrupt bullshit, because that's exactly what it is. After that, so we have a plan. It's just going to be a little spaced out for a little bit, and then we're going to be like head first into our pile of Lego. Did you hear that?
Legos. No, it'll have an S on it. I'm sorry. You can send hate mail in the comments, but I'm not changing who I am.
The title says part one. Is this the repeat of last week? No, this is not a repeat of last week at all. We are moving forward off of Reckless Ben's two videos. So in case you're just joining us, what we did last week is we watched Reckless Ben. He's a YouTuber. He put out two videos about this guy, Brian, who was selling his dad's, Eric's, Lego collection, Star Wars Lego collection, to a Bricks and Minifigs franchise store in Salem, Kaiser, Oregon. All right. As consignment. All right. So they were selling it on behalf of Brian. Well, this little franchise gets taken over by a corporate, and they're giving it to a new franchise. And they just come in, lock them out in one day, and don't give Brian his Legos back. As a matter of fact, they're like, don't know what you're talking about. We're not going to do that. We don't have to do that. But there definitely was a contract saying that they all belong to Brian. So,
And don't forget about Tattle.
oh yeah, and there's Tattle the bird, which I did not find much information about Tattle the bird, and that makes me sad. I bet I'm still have a lot of digging to do. I only had 8 windows open with 30 tabs.
Oh,
each
I
open.
believe you because I know who you are as a person.
Right. So the old owners, Crystal and Ben, they're done with the Bricks in Oregon store, right? So the two other guys, Josh and Brandon, oof, end up taking over. They're like, well, we don't know what you're talking about, blah, 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 blah. Even though they said on the Ring video that they would be taking over everything, including consignment. because Crystal, the former owner, was like said out loud about this guy Brian, and she was concerned about him getting paid and having the tickets for it and all of that.
Yeah.
She was doing her due diligence. Josh and Brandon, no. So they wouldn't give Brian his Lego back. Okay. So Brian then reaches out to Reckless Ben, who's a YouTuber that like infiltrates groups, is what I've learned. Or I don't know how else to describe him. But I
I
did,
think that's fairly accurate.
right? He's a documentarian.
But he
So
does other stuff too. I think he like uncovered some scandal in a haunted house too.
yeah, I haven't watched any of his other stuff yet, but I'm going to because it's totally like my vibe for everything. Um, So they reach out to Reckless Ben. Reckless Ben starts investigating and pisses corporate off real fucking quick, trying to get these Legos. And he gets the whole corporate runaround, right? We're not responsible for the little store.
Mhm.
And the little store says, we're not responsible. Go to corporate, and goes back and forth, back and forth. And so he does a whole bunch of, hi, guys. He does a whole bunch of things where some of them are definitely legally gray areas, I think. But he also does some legal things to get kind of back at corporate. Well, not get back at corporate, but like mirror them and see,
Yeah.
like, you see how bullshit and annoying you are. I can also be bullshit and annoying and play this game
Hmm.
too, which is very clever at certain parts for him. It really was. I was like, oh, you guys, I like it. It's very funny. All right.
It
Now it's
was very
also
rules for thee, but not for me.
yeah, and they didn't like it. And then they start calling the cops on Ben and his friend for trespassing, harassment, very Laura Owens vibe. The internet's mad at us. And Ben and friends get arrested. And Ben ends up getting charged with stalking, harassment, and like picketing outside. A bunch of fucking bullshit is what it is. Anyway, I digress. And so that's kind of where we left off. If you have no idea what we're talking about, please go to the playlist we have for this. Watch the first videos, which is Reckless Ben 1 and 2. The second one is the cop video, which again, we will be going through all the body cams, but not today. We got to do this civil complaint first. Um, so that's kind of what where we're at in the story, and we're going to pick up right off of that today. It's like trying to explain an avalanche, but you have to explain each snowflake in the avalanche to understand it. Absolutely.
I know.
Absolutely.
I know. And I feel like the more I try to look into stuff, I'm like, I don't even know. I feel like I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
That's why I
Right.
was like, let's just look at the documents. And then you're like, there's like so much here. And I'm like, I feel overwhelmed already.
But if you're new to the channel, this is Llama's cup of tea. I
Hmm.
love spider webs of chaos and all of the stories. And this is a wild, wild story. I can't
And I'm
stress
usually
enough.
just along for the ride.
Yeah, that's true. You're my sidekick. Sidekick llama or Buffy.
Sidekick.
I forgot who we were. No, there is no court case hearing today. As far as I'm aware, it's the 30th, but information changes fast around these
I
parts.
I think there was something originally for the 22nd. I don't know if it changed for the 30th.
I put all the court dates on
I
my
remember
calendar.
the 20 well, an original date was 22nd. I don't know if it changed because I do
Okay.
recall that being
Oh,
something.
Amos says it got moved to next week. Okay. Just
That's
making
what
sure my my stuff is.
well, let's say our original date was the 22nd. So but I think it might have gotten moved.
Yeah, so that's why we want to do all the civil complaint TRO thing first, because that hearing is going to be the one on Wednesday, the Utah preliminary trial hearing thing is going to be a whole 2 minutes and call it a day. It's not, I doubt anything of substance comes from that one. It's too early in a case for that to happen.
That's okay. We all just
Mm.
want to stare at the back of everybody's heads anyway.
That's true. That's true. Hi, Winks. Hello, everybody. So happy to see you all in here. If you wrote this out as a series on Netflix, everyone would laugh at you for it being so unbelievable. Really. I mean, I kind of wrote it off for a few weeks. I mean, granted, I had family stuff going on and a fundraiser, but like I heard there was this story. I thought this was just about some kid in Oregon or where some kid, they had some Legos and they didn't get it back. And that was that. I had no idea until watching the video of what the story was actually about. And like within
I
like
had
3 minutes,
same.
I was like,
Everybody
oh
was talking
shit.
about Legos, and I was like, "This just why is everybody talking about Legos? This sounds dumb. I'm not interested in I'm not interested in Legos."
That's true.
Like, well, I was a
Just getting
kid.
there.
I did, huh?
I said, you're
Oh,
getting
I mean,
there.
I'm this story, yeah. But do I want to buy Legos? No.
No, they are
Legos are
quite
out of
investment.
my budget. I've seen the prices of Legos. I don't make nearly enough money to invest in Legos.
Well, what we'll be looking in today is lawsuit wise is Bam v. Schneider, Ben, Brian, and then everybody else because they just listed a bunch of Joes apparently. So I'm calling it Bam v. Everybody. Their civil trial. That's what we'll start with today. But you guys, there's like 4 different cases at least going on right now, right? There's the Bam versus Everyone civil trial, which is the TRO as well. Then there's the previous owners, Crystal and Ben, suing Bam, Bricks and Minifigs Corporate. Then Ben has 2 criminal charges, Utah v. Ben, and then Provo City v. Ben for that one too. I think is stalking and harassing, or maybe it's just stalking. I don't really understand why that one's not just Utah yet, but honestly, I have not read anything. I literally just collected information from all the different places you guys left in our comments and Reddit. So those are the details I know about this.
Yeah, we kind of learn cases as we go. And you get our real reactions when we're reading these things because we're just like,
That's true.
What?
That's true. Yes, the lovely Amos made our backgrounds for us. Aren't they adorable? I mean, we like to dress up. What can I say? Hello, Bruce.
Hey, Bruce.
Hello. Hello, Zero. It isn't that crazy to explain a big Lego collection was in a store, but the store didn't own it. During a hostile takeover, the company did a lot of shitty stuff. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's true. But it's a lot. Hi, Nick. Hi.
Hi, Nick.
Hope you're doing well and had a great holiday weekend for you. Happy to see you here. Happy Lego Monday to you too, Echoes. No, you have not missed anything yet, Mother Bugger. Here, babe. Oh, I love that. Thank you for the morning
That's
laugh.
so cute.
Now, I also like to do things by timeline, and we're not going to start over with the timeline, but we are going to continue from where we started on the timeline. So let me pull my stuff up so we can get right on into it today. Let me, I don't know why I did that over here. All right, so we're starting on May 21st, 2026, which is also the same day that Ben drops his videos, is May 21st. This is very, very recent stuff, you guys. Well, they all have been dealing it for a while, but for the internet, this is all very, very recent stuff. So Ben puts out these videos and then, Bam decides they're going to try to do damage control on the internet. Oh, sorry, Buff, we had to cover up your Lego face. So Bam, and that's who we're calling Bricks and Minifigs' franchise. Or I'm sorry, corporate office. All right. That's who, when we say Bam, that's who we're talking about. So the same day, they put out this letter to the community, press release. I don't know what you want to call it, but let's see what they have to say first. Because we got this first. Then Reckless Ben does a short little reply to this video. And then we have an American Fork Police body cam call, and then right into the complaint. So on May 21st, 2026, BAM writes this on their website. I'm sure this is great.
Okay, so this was a post on their website.
Yes. in
Okay.
their blog section is where it was. They blogged about it.
Okay.
And
Oh
I'm
man, everybody
sure
has a blog.
I do have new headphones, yes. And oh, with the green light, you can't tell, but this part changes color and all of that. Um,
Sexy.
thanks. Yeah, they're really nice. Um, where was I going here with this? Oh, I'm sure that they did a lovely job apologizing for everything, saying it was all a big misunderstanding. I'm sure they did a great job. Don't you think? Probably. No.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure this was um trying to like it's typical corporate move. I mean, you see it all the
Mhm.
time. Something goes down with one office, you get a fake account. It's not really accountability, but it's like, oh, we're looking into the situation.
Right.
Please don't blame us,
All the
blah blah blah.
corporatese
Yeah, where
language.
it's like it's a lot of words, but they don't actually say anything.
You know what, in disguise on Reddit, I did see a lot of people make like AI Lego sets based on this story.
Oh my gosh.
And they were very funny.
I'm waiting for
They
the
were very
Lego movie
funny.
to make a story on it.
I
Or
watched
like,
the Lego movie
those
this week.
little Lego videos that show up on TikTok and stuff where people just
Mm.
animate Legos and make things. I don't know. I watch
Oh,
them. Like they redo movies in like Lego forms. Girl, you don't have social media, so you don't know what's happening
no,
out there. But
I don't.
people can like AI make them move and they make their own little Lego movies. Anyway,
Oh,
this would
that's
be fun to watch.
cute. I love Lego stuff. All right, so this is what corporate has to say. Over the past several months, many in our community have seen posts and videos regarding a dispute involving the former Bricks and Minifigs location in Salem, Oregon. We understand the frustration and passion behind these discussions, do you? Okay.
The
Right.
passion.
The passion.
Is
Passion.
that is
This is
that what we're calling it? It sounds like outrage to me, but okay.
right. You're right, Dan Montana. This is not awesome. Everything's not awesome. That's from the second movie, which I really enjoyed that rendition of the song too. Anyway, Bricks and Minifigs is built on a community of collectors and families who care deeply about fairness, and that is a value we share. Okay,
Oh my god.
sure. Why do when I read this, I want to read it as Laura. I just read everything as Laura Owens now.
I'm
To
already grossed out.
Right. To be absolutely clear,
Oh
Bricks
my god.
and Minifigs does not condone, tolerate, or participate in the exploitation of anyone, especially older adults or vulnerable members of our community. Okay, sure. I mean,
Okay.
why not? Why not, right? When a complex business dispute is reduced to edited social media clips, critical facts are often lost.
Complex. I mean,
Okay,
that's an understatement.
that is an understatement. While we will not litigate this online, we want to clarify the core situation. This is their first press release that BAM released on May 21st, 2026. So, shut up, Lady in Gray, you're fired. Can anyone count the lies I in that one sentence? All of them. The answer is all of them.
It's
Now the
corporate
rea
deflection, y'all.
They're masters at it, that's for sure. It is the way. Now the reality of the consignment claim. Okay, let's hear what you have to say, Bam. Let's hear what you have to say about this. Much of the online narrative centers on a private consignment arrangement
Mhm.
allegedly made at the former Salem store. It is vital to understand that Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, BAM Franchising Inc., was not a party to this alleged agreement, nor were subsequent franchisees who took on the ownership of the Salem location. Well, I can't wait to read that contract agreement. I'll tell you what, because we got it. Corporate did not sign, approve, or authorize this arrangement. In fact, such consignment deals are expressly prohibited under our franchise agreements to protect both the brand and the community. But in Bam's video, he did not make it sound that. I mean, he showed things that says other reason the other way there, corporate.
Does corporate, I mean, I guess they're saying that they don't even do franchises at all, right? They're expressly prohibited.
Expressly prohibited. But
But
their fine or franchise agreement, which is like 350 pages. Bet your ass I'm gonna read that. Got time, I'll read it. Um, yeah, it says in there that it does, according to what I've seen. That said, after ownership of the Salem store changed, we thoroughly documented and assessed current inventory.
I
A
bet you
few
did.
days later, I know, right? But they said they didn't have them, right? They said they did, and that they didn't, then they did, then they didn't.
Do they not use third party inventory people to come in? Because I know a lot of when I worked for retail and stuff like that, it wasn't us that did our inventory. You would have a third party company like come in and check everything. That way you're not the one fudging numbers.
Oh, that makes sense.
Like you're
That makes
not the
sense.
one. It was like people that were not affiliated or whatever,
Mhm.
and they would come in and scan everything in the store so that you couldn't make things look a certain way, like you were
So
hands
kind
off.
of like also like an appraiser or something, like when you buy a house, right? That you bring that person in.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I don't think
And
they did
usually
that.
corporate entities would do that to keep keep the business from,
Mhm.
I don't know. That's the way it's always worked in my, I know not every company runs the same way, clearly.
Well, we'll also, after we get through the civil stuff, get through the body cams, oh, we're gonna dive deep into this company and their finances and how everything's works because it is also very interesting. I think that there is a reason why. Well, one, I don't know why they made this so public, but
Well, it's
I
all public, but they're stupid. If they're hiding something, it's going to get found in discovery.
yeah, yeah. I have questions about that, but that'll be part section 3 or whatever when we get to it. So, all right. So they said, "Oh, we don't know anything." So corporate did not sign, approve, or authorize this arrangement. In fact, such consignment deals are expressly prohibited under our franchise agreements to protect both the brand and the community. That said, after ownership of the Salem store changed, we thoroughly documented and assessed current inventory. So corporate is claiming they did that. A few days later, we became aware of the previous arrangement and compared our inventory assessment to the limited documentation provided by the consigner. It was clear the full list of inventory in his documentation was not located in the store. While items could be reasonably identified as allegedly belonging to the consigner, was offered back to the consigner, but that offer was refused. Okay. It was probably like, we have like these 3 box things, we'll give you $10.
Well, see, that's it. That's what I was saying. What was the offer that was made? Because like that wasn't very specific, and I can,
Mm-mm.
if you're, I mean,
It's
see,
very,
and that's
we
what.
tried, but
Yeah, right. But if you,
me too. Me too,
it's
Negla.
very.
That's where I am. What's up, my C-bus friend? Justice for Ben right here in Columbus, Ohio. That's right. We're watching. We're watching.
I mean, I have
Yeah.
a lot of questions over the supposed or not alleged, because I'm saying alleged, not because I don't believe them, just because we don't really know
Mm-mm.
the value of the Legos. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he says 200K, Bam says like less than that, but like with collector's item, it's always to me like what somebody is willing to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you assess that? I don't know.
That's a very good question. Hi, Jupiter. Happy to see you. Happy to see you here. So let's see, where was I? So a deeper dive into the sales receipt uncovered that a significantly higher volume of the listed sets had sold over the course of the consignment deal prior to the store transition. Which when he did this deal with Ben, or I'm sorry, Brian, there's a lot of B names in this story, so I
There
apologize.
is.
Yeah. So Brian, son owner of the Lego stuff, right? He went to Crystal and also Ben, they're the original owners in I want to say it was 2023. It could have been 2024. But he had his stuff in there for quite a while before the new takeover happened. So there was stuff that was already sold and things like that. It's not like he had just done this in a month and they closed down. So, in a sense, yes, some stuff was sold, but also, okay, well, let's see. This is why you get a third party, just like Buffy said. Makes sense now, huh? The consigner also provided a written statement to a podcast that his collection was moved off-site for security reasons. Additional attempts to restore what we could with what was in our possession was also declined in writing. I mean, you also kind of like treat him like a dick. So I would probably say no a lot too. Like, I don't trust you. BAM denies allegations that we stole this consigner's collection, let alone a collection worth what has been claimed online. However, we remain willing to provide any appropriate assistance in recovering any and all portions of this collection or funds generated off of its sale to the original consigner and their family through appropriate means. So it's also interesting this part here will remain willing to provide all of this when at this point they took over in what year did they take over? 2024? The end of 2024, I think it was. You got it over for how long now? And you're like, well, we're still working on it, guys. And I'm like, okay. Okay, yeah. So it was 2023. There's a whole timeline I looked at.
So they brought it on consignment in 2023. The store got taken over in 2024.
Mhm.
From the video, it looked like a massive collection. I assume it would. I mean, how big is the market? Like, it's people coming in there buying hundreds of dollars worth of. I mean, is that something that would have gone in a week? Is it something that does take 2 years to sell? Like,
Could be.
uh,
I mean, it's a smaller location. They probably would have had better luck online. Because it was like a small
yeah.
location when we saw it, like, tucked in the corner of, like, a mini mall or something.
Mhm.
Did they do online sales to that store? Just wondering. Some do. Um, if you hit the like button, I won't spit at you. That's true. I won't. Um, but, I mean, they did sell stuff along the way. That's not up for debate. Everyone agrees
No,
on
no,
that.
I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying how long, I don't know. I guess it
There's
was
just
like,
a lot of time in between all of the things. And now they're like, well, we'll help out. We're a good corporate business. Seeking facts over narratives. Oh my God, they had ChatGPT write all of this, didn't they? I believe they did. Serious claims require serious evidence. Yes, ChatGPT just wrote this.
this sounds very vaguely like somebody else
Right.
that we read a lot of stuff from.
We have repeatedly asked for the original documents and undoctored recordings that support these accusations. Okay. You've been given them. I know you've been given. You have them, I'm sure. Selective social media posts and misleading investigative style videos are not a substitute for the complete records and legal agreements that govern the rights of all parties involved.
How
Fair
about you
statement.
post your stuff then so that we can see it? So we heard from Ben and he's
Exactly.
posted his stuff, and Brian, because Brian posted his stuff too. Well, then show us your shit, man. Show us your shit.
Exactly.
I'm all about the receipts.
All about the receipts. And it's true. I mean, when you do see stuff online, some stuff is taken out of context. That's why we loved reading court documents, watching the trials for ourselves, because we have seen several instances where what's reported isn't actually real. Is it what happened or is told in a biased point of view? So, does that happen? Yes, it does. But also, where's your shit then? Where's your receipts? We need to see them all, please and thank you, to change our minds. If a
You can
legitimate
send
claim,
it to our email.
you can,
We'll
you can
look at
send
it
it
unbiased.
to Tara, Tara at tcwtmedia.com.
Yeah,
Thanks.
if you're watching.
Now, if a legitimate claim exists, there are established legal and dispute resolution processes to handle it fairly. Attempting to force a business outcome through public pressure, especially on unrelated stores and employees, is not a productive or fair path forward. Um, you told them to sue you, so I don't know what else you wanted them to do.
I don't know. I heard the way that guy spoke to Ben over the phone. Come on now. Talk about a productive path forward.
Right. But okay, all right. In disguise, says Crystal was not a very good business person. She allowed people to put sets of the collection on layaway for a small down payment, but many times people did this, then desired not to buy it later. I mean, yeah, I can see that. Might have I, people don't really put things on layaway anymore, so that is kind of crazy. But
I loved
small
layaway
business,
when it was a thing.
I mean, small business, you got to do what you got to do to keep the doors open sometimes, you know. Is it great business idea? I don't know. I haven't really read her stuff yet, but fair, fair. Running a business is hard. It is. So, and they were, from my understanding, Crystal and Ben, even though they ran this franchise, they were very small business owners. It's not like they were, running like 5 or 6 stores or anything like that,
Right.
from my understanding. So, protecting our stores and staff. Franchisees operate independent businesses. While they must follow system standards, the franchisor does not automatically inherit responsibility for private, unauthorized agreements a local owner may enter into, which is a huge point of debate. Isn't that when you take a business over, you do though. Was my understanding of businesses in
Well, I
general.
feel like common sense kind of says that if you take on a business, you take on a business and all of its debts. Like that's just my
Mhm.
common sense. I'm not a business person. I hold no degrees in that area.
It's true.
Um, so yeah, and I'm not a lawyer. I just talk a lot of shit online, but I just would think that common sense says that once you take over a business, you take over a business and all its debts as well. I mean, you still have to pay the light bill if
I
the
would think
other,
so.
you know,
Yeah.
previous franchise owners had a back payment on that. Like, I feel like you would still have to pay it. I don't know.
Well, Black Garden says that they didn't have enough space to display the entire collection, which makes sense. That store did not look very big. So that's
Mhm.
why she allowed layaways. It meant that she could display another set and remove one that had some interest. Well, that is clever. That is probably the better ways to go around it. Because, yeah, that store's not very big to hold all those Legos.
Well, I've
Um,
seen, well, in the
so,
video, they said they stored a lot of it in the party room too.
yeah. So that makes sense. I miss layaway. I know, right? That was years and years and years ago, huh? Hi,
We
Teresia.
did when I worked at I worked at a movie store a long time ago. I don't know, Suncoast Motion Picture Company. We used to sell videos. We did lots of layaways and we would have to put them in the
Mhm.
back and stuff like that because people would buy a crap ton of stuff
Yeah.
and we would take
Oh,
payments on it.
I remember the days of Kmart. School time season, you'd go all the way to the back to the
Christmas.
layaway, yeah, with your cart of stuff. You're like, we like layaway, please.
I
Oh,
know it.
Okay, so Nicholas says the same. You take on a business, you take on its debts. That's kind of the purpose. That's what I would think, right? But okay, all right.
No,
Well,
we
this is
only want the profits, not not the debts.
I want the bad stuff.
We don't want the
No.
bad stuff.
Our current network of BAM stores consists entirely of independent, local, small business owners who had absolutely nothing to do with this situation. That is true. The other ones, let's not go fucking with them. Okay. Like, I get it, right? We don't want to support corporate, so you don't want to support the smaller ones. I understand. Just don't do fucked up stuff to their stores, okay? Because I have heard some stories and I hope that they're just untrue and just propaganda put out by BAM's bots on the internet and PR team. But if so, leave the other people alone. They had nothing to do with this. You cannot buy stuff. Yes, that is okay. Let's not go in trying to like destroy their stores and stuff. That's not helpful for literally anybody. That will not get the desired result you want it to. I can assure you that. Our local franchise owner and their employees, many of whom are young people starting their first jobs, should not be targets of harassment for a dispute they did not create. We have seen a troubling rise in unauthorized filming and manufactured confrontations inside private stores, direct threats and doxing of local staff and their families, which is one I definitely have a problem with. Don't fucking do that. All right. You can go to the store, you can find the address online, but all of these smaller stores don't do that. All right. That's for some you don't crazy people are on the fucking internet. Okay. You don't know what people would do. And it's not great. And the disruption of the shopping experience for families and friends. Oh, scared me. Amos popping in the background there. Now, Bricks and Minifig stores are private businesses with a right to protect their premises. We will continue to support our owners in prohibiting disruptive conduct or harassment. This is not about silencing criticism. It is about ensuring a safe environment for everyone who walks through our doors. But I will tell you this, if you go there and they tell you you have to leave, they don't have to give you a fucking reason, and you need to turn around and walk out the door. Otherwise, you're going to get in trouble and you will not come out the winner of that. All right? The law is pretty fucking clear about that. There's not any loopholes. So please do that. Help me assemble a massive like count snap like button into what are you talking about? What? I don't know what you're saying, Amy.
And she is saying, hit the like button, guys.
Oh, I see. Honestly, I kept reading count like cunt. I'll be honest. Sorry, listeners. That is exactly what I thought that word was. And I was like, what? I only had one cup of coffee, guys. Moving forward together, our position remains simple. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, nor any subsequent franchise owners were party to the unauthorized Salem consignment agreement or any theft. Any legitimate claims should be resolved through the proper legal channels where facts can be evaluated fairly, meaning court. Court is what they're talking about. We ask our fans and creators to consider the human impact of the content they share. Fairness is a two-way street. Yes, true. It requires looking at the full picture and respecting the rights of unrelated small business owners and their staff. Look at them just being like, look at all these other people we really, really care about. I don't really think they care about them. This is just being like, look at all those people you're hurting. Don't focus on us. We are the good guys here. They never watched the Lego movie. I am
The
convinced.
corporate deflection.
I am convinced they've never seen the movie. Let's see. We love the Lego community and the creativity it fosters. Our mission is to bring joy and creativity to the world through all things Lego. As such, we will continue to operate with integrity through the appropriate processes. We thank those who have waited for the facts before accepting rumors as truth and who continue to support their local Bricks and Minifigs franchise stores. Because this matter involves active legal issues, we will provide further updates only when it is appropriate and legally permissible to do so. Thank you for your continued support of our local stores. So that was their post about that. And here's another thing I learned, kind of when I was pulling and putting things together on the spreadsheet and glancing on things. And that is, this is not the first store they've done this to at all. There's quite a few more where they've done something very similar. So when we get
As far
to
as what?
going in, taking over the store without little to no notice, these are what I've heard. These are accusations. I'm not saying that they are true. I do not know that they are true, but allegedly, there are other stores where people like Josh and Brandon or Josh and Brandon have went in, much like what happened to Crystal and Ben, take it over, lock it out, take over the inventory, start pushing the inventory to other stores and making it so that store has nothing left in it to really sell to make any profits. And then corporate shuts down. So
What's the purpose of that?
it's a very good question. It's a very good question. And we'll get to all of that at a much later date when we discuss their actual business practices, the history of the franchise, and elsewhere. Again, that is all alleged. I am not saying that's what happened. I've only seen some of this stuff.
Okay,
But
I
it's
see in
not.
the chat someone said it's called franchise churning. But what is franchise churning? Like, what is the purpose to shut down franchises so that like one business reigns supreme? Is that what it is? Like buy them
But
out,
I
shut them
think it's
down?
I think it's more so that they then take the inventory. So, like, because as I said, Legos are a type of money. Okay. What's the
Mm-hmm.
word for it? Commodity? Or anyway, they're worth a fuck ton of money. All right. A pound of Legos is worth a lot of money. So it's basically like they're taking gold coins, allegedly taking gold coins, right, out of the store and hoarding it. And then that business shuts down, but they have all of the gold coins, like a
To do
dragon,
what?
to later sell for their own property, whatever they do, right? I don't understand it quite all myself, but that's
Not
what
either.
was my taking away from that. So
I'm just like I'm learning. I'm learning. I guess I always want to know what is the end game. Like I asked this and because people don't do things for no reason, right? There's always an ultimate goal. What is the end game here? What was the end game? I don't
yeah,
understand what the goal was.
it's it's kind of like well, no, I don't want to say that because I don't know if that's accurate too. We'll move on from it, but I'm just saying there are definitely some things that I noticed that I was like, oh boy, I question a lot of this. Can't wait to deep dive into all of the business kind of stuff and see how that all works. So,
Yeah, I guess we'll just keep going, see where it leads because I have questions like just
yes.
popping up in
So,
my
like
head.
supply and demand, right? They hoard all of the Legos from these other stores. Well, then they have all of these very special collection pieces, right? So they can change the prices of them, right? Make them much higher which would make the value of corporate higher as well. I don't know. I don't know. We will have people on to explain this to us though, because I'm not going to pretend for 1 second. It doesn't make any sense to me because it's a fucking racket. My brain, when things are a racket, is like, I don't even know why, because it doesn't make any sense, but
Yeah.
it
Mm.
does. Follow the money. Follow the
I
money.
know, I know. It's always like that's always the answer to everything. Just follow the money. I guess I just have a hard time making things make sense in my brain because I don't think
Scammy
that way.
things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like the scammy things, my brain's like, oh, what? So, all right. So
And it just seems
next
like a
up,
lot of work that I'm too lazy for.
yeah. you know, it's questionable practices in my book. Now, up next, we're gonna watch Ben because I don't know how long these videos are gonna be up for, to be quite honest. So I kind of want to watch them all with everybody. So at least that if for some reason they get taken down, they are floating somewhere else for people to watch and find. So this next one is not very long. It's only 11 minutes, and this is Ben's reaction to this public statement from corporate. Let me make sure my volume's good. All right. Like I said, it's only 11 minutes, but his outfit. I'll tell you what, you know
I
what?
love
This guy,
him.
I do too. He has a good sense of humor. Does he do dumb things? Yes. Is he maybe not the smartest when it comes to certain things, but I very much enjoy his comedic way he tells things, and I adore the kid. Is all I'm saying.
I like that he doesn't take himself too seriously.
Yes, he.
I mean,
To-
sometimes he really should, but
Yes.
I love that he doesn't. Like
This is some of my favorite way to like tell stories and the comedic take of it all. He's so fucking serious. He has that deadpan face. I don't know
mhm.
how he does it, but it's magical. I couldn't.
My
I could
daughter is
never
the same
do.
way. So deadpan, and I'm like,
Yeah, seeing our faces, we can't hide our faces for
mm-mm.
shit. All right, so let's see what Ben and his friend has to say about this.
Minifigs officially responded to my Lego video we made about them, and I haven't read it yet, but someone just sent it to me, so I was like, well, let's make a video about this. This is not Lego video part 2. Part 2 is still on my Patreon if you want to check it out. Patreon.com/.
It is on YouTube now, not Patreon. This is older footage, but part 2 is the arrest one. If you have not watched these 2 videos that Reckless Ben made, you can either watch them on his YouTube channel, Reckless Ben, or you can go to our BAM playlist and find us watching the first 2, which was a fun time. We had so much fun last week with that, by the way. That's a blast. Anyway, that's where you can find his stuff.
Reckless Ben. This is just our response to Bricks and Minifigs' response. Okay, should we pull it up? Actually, wait, before we start the video, we gotta talk about our sponsors. This video is sponsored by We Steal From Old People, and you can visit us at www.westealfromoldpeople.com. We're actually at We Steal From Old People's headquarters right now. This is our office, and we've been taking phone calls all day. Give us a call.
We would love to steal from old people for you, if you want.
Yeah. But we can't take credit for our business model. We're literally just stealing from Bricks and Minifigs. They're the ones that thought of this genius business model, so they get all the credit for this. They posted this on their website. Let's see what they said. Over the past several months, many in our community have seen posts and videos regarding a dispute involving the former Bricks and Minifigs location in Salem, Oregon. We understand the frustration and passion behind these discussions. Do they understand?
I don't think they fully understand.
Because when I went to ask him about this was his response.
What's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Bricks and
Your
Minifigs is built
mustache.
on a community of collectors and families who care deeply about fairness, and that is a value we share. Maybe Bricks and Minifigs just shows their care in a completely different way than most people do, and they show that care by stealing from people.
Sorry, I had to go get more coffee real quick. Again, I love these guys so much. They're so funny. Oh, they're adorable.
I wish I was that funny off the cuff.
I
like
know.
they are.
I know, right? Ugh, they're adorable. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Absolutely clear. Bricks and Minifigs does not condone, tolerate, or participate in the exploitation of anyone, especially older adults or vulnerable members of our community. I fucking love that they just specifically put, especially older adults.
Right.
Or vulnerable members of our community.
If they're not exploiting anyone, especially older adults, why are they stealing from older adults then? That seems like a weird way to not exploit old adults.
Yeah. When a complex business dispute is reduced to edited social media clips, critical facts are often lost. While we will not litigate this online, which they are currently doing, we want to clarify the core situation.
That is true. That is exactly what they're doing online. It has been reported. Well, They did hire a PR firm to deal with this, and there has been an influx of accounts.
I feel like that's the wrong way to go. You should hire a
Well,
crisis manager, not a
maybe it,
PR firm.
well, maybe it was crisis man. It was one of those two people that are supposed to help with your shit storm.
Okay, then that
Um,
would be crisis manager. A PR is completely different.
Either way, though, they're not doing themselves any favors from my understanding of things, like at all. They're just making
Oh
it
my God.
all
They just
so
don't know
much
the internet
worse.
very well. And when the internet gets their teeth into something, especially communities start
Yeah,
building around it, they don't usually let it go very easily.
no.
Um,
And especially when
and I,
people want to argue about it, like have you ever been on the internet? That's what the internet loves to do. So all you're doing is giving more villains to the internet with your bots and accounts and stuff. It's not going,
this
things
is
are not going well for the company.
it's a bad move all around. They should have made, in my opinion, should have made this just said, I'm sorry, we'll do whatever we have to do. Just let's not do this.
Yeah.
Why? Why would you do this? Oh,
Yeah,
so
it's it's not I don't there's in the words of Tiger King, they are never going to financially recover from this ever. This business is shot to hell. There's no way. No way.
Okay, so I see what they're saying. So right now they're saying this is all a big misunderstanding. Ben has edited these clips to make us look bad, but we're not really bad. Now, for the rest of this article, we're going to share our side that Ben left out, is what I'm assuming they're saying here, right?
Sounds like it.
Which they
Maybe
do
we were
not.
wrong. Maybe Bricks and Minifigs is right, and we should give them a chance to share their side of the story. So let's see their side. So it says the reality of the consignment claim. Much of the online narrative centers around a private consignment arrangement allegedly made by a former Salem store. It is vital to understand that Bricks and Minifigs Corporate was not a party to this alleged agreement, nor were subsequent franchises who took the ownership of the Salem location after the former owners were removed. So Bricks and Minifigs does have a point here. The previous owner, according to Bricks and Minifigs franchise agreement, they're not supposed to do consignments. They're supposed to buy the Legos and then sell them. So I think the old owner broke the rules. However, this does not basically what this is called a whataboutism, is what they call it in politics.
I hate whataboutism so fucking much.
but what about me?
I love you. I would never do that. No, Nekla brings up a good point for Bam because it gets so much worse because of what the American Fork Police Department did. Like, it is so bad and egregious. So, like, this is one of those stories, if you are not familiar, where you're like, how can it get worse? And it literally gets worse every single day. You're like, don't
That's
make
the
a bad
part
decision.
that's so intriguing to me is how, I mean, this is bad on its own.
Yeah.
Just looking at it on its face. But whenever you start bringing in the police department and all the things that happened around
Corruption.
that, I was like, whoa, we are getting to some, in my opinion, some major civil rights violations here.
Yes.
And I'm like, what are we doing? Like, you made a really bad situation really worse.
Yeah. So much worse. So much worse. I can't wait till we get into the American Fork section of this story, because it truly is, you guys. Like, it is fucked. I'm not a lawyer. I anal. So I had to find a way to use that. But they all have a good ass fucking.
It just
case
dawned
against
on me
this
what
police.
you were saying. I anal.
Don't worry, I still have that idea for merch, but they definitely have a very good case, a very good civil rights case against the American Fork Police Department, because it is fucked. Anyway, sorry, back to the video.
Basically, Bricks and Minifigs is saying, well, to take the focus off the bad thing we did, look, the previous owner also did something bad too. So because she did something bad, it just makes both of them bad. It doesn't make them, this doesn't prove their innocence. But we'll keep reading. Maybe, this is just the first paragraph. Corporate did not assign, approve, or authorize this arrangement, which is further proof of why they should not have the Legos in the store. If this is something that the brand doesn't do, if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't do consignment deals, then they should just give the Legos back, right? There's no reason for these Legos to be in their store. They didn't pay for them. They're not doing a business deal with Brian anymore. So just give them back.
Right? Right, Ben? Makes sense. Is that
Well,
what's
I
going to
mean,
happen?
in
No,
theory,
because they can't.
but I'm going with they don't have them anymore.
They either don't have them anymore. They don't want to be tied down to saying that they did in the first place if they have to go to court.
No,
They don't want any part of any of that.
my theory, just a theory, my speculation, not accusing anybody. I think they don't have them anymore. I
Oh,
really
no.
don't think they do, because it would just be easy to turn them back over. Just give them to them and everybody shuts up and goes away, right? Unless
Yeah.
you don't have them anymore. And then you have to make a big fuss about it being all like, well, we weren't supposed to have them anyway. They weren't here. Like,
Well, there's also the whole U-Haul.
that's what I'm saying.
Thing?
I don't think they have them.
There's so much
I
to the
don't
story.
think they have them.
Mm-mm.
And I think
Solution.
if-
Franchisees
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was just
No,
thinking.
no, I
like,
didn't
And
mean
if they sold them already and they already had the money, that money is already gone.
Yeah.
My opinion, my speculation.
In our opinion. Yeah, no.
It's just, it's my theory.
operate independent businesses. While they must follow system standards, the franchisor does not automatically inherit responsibility for private, unauthorized agreements a local owner may enter into. This is basically corporate saying, hey, we can't control our franchises, right?
Yeah.
And then, but the problem is when you go to the franchises, they say, well, corporate told us to do this.
Right.
You're supposed to be getting a hold of corporate.
In the security camera footage, corporate's the one taking over the store.
Seeking facts over narratives. Serious claims require serious evidence. I do agree. We both
Yes,
agree with
yes,
that.
yes.
We have repeatedly asked for the original documents and undoctored recordings that support these accusations. So yeah, isn't that funny? Didn't we try to get the evidence over to you guys?
Yeah. Did I remember that time when I had all the evidence in my hand and I walked into the store and I just said, hey, here's all the evidence. I'm not judging you. Let's figure this out. And what did they do?
Can we have like a clip like playing right now?
Yeah, let's roll
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Well, so here's still all of the Lego sets you guys still have.
I don't have anything to do with that, and I don't want that. You can go ahead and leave, and I'm gonna ask you one more time. This is the last time. I do not want that. You're not handing me anything.
I tried for a long time just to get her to look at this contract.
Why
Good.
do you think your friend would be entitled to our inventory?
What's his? He owns the Legos.
Huh? He doesn't own the Legos.
Well, yeah, we have a contract. He does own them.
No, bro, are you an idiot?
Are
stupid?
you?
Josh, the police.
These guys being like, are you an idiot? Are you stupid?
That would have set me off.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That would have set me off. As soon as they talked down to me like that, it would have set yeah. Like gloves would have come off. Like I would have been irate.
Well, I think that's
Wait.
what they wanted to do to them as well, like to get them to that point. But they
I
didn't
have
really
never heard
follow it.
like that is the worst customer service ever. Like call corporate and the CEO call you stupid over the phone.
Oh, no, I think that's Josh that he's talking to.
Oh, well, I
It's
don't
either
care
Josh
who
or
it is.
Brandon, but I think it's Josh. The new owners
Oh, that's right. It's the owner, not
Who
the. It doesn't
also-
matter.
who
If
also
the owner of a
work for
company calls you
corporate.
stupid, that's just.
By the way,
Yeah.
if you didn't know that, they also work for corporate.
Well, I mean, I would.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well,
that
they
makes
worked
sense,
for
'cause then
corporate, then
take it
became
over.
Well, they work for corporate, but then they became like franchise owners. It's a whole. Oh, I can't wait till we get to that. It's going to be forever. There's so much to the story. Okay.
The police are showing up right now.
Oh, that was a good clip. I guess this clip is them begging for us to give them evidence.
It
right?
sounds like it.
And that we were the ones that refused to give them the
It
evidence.
makes no sense. They literally go, we have repeatedly asked. Okay, that's bullshit. Selective social media posts and investigative style videos are not a substitute for the complete records and legal agreements that govern the rights of all involved parties.
Okay, let's put all the evidence right here. We got the consignment deal. We got the full inventory list that the Bricks and Minifigs store made that shows which sets were sold, which sets are still in the store, and which sets Brian has not been paid for. This was an inventory list made by the store. Here's the security camera footage of corporate knowing there was a consignment deal.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
Here's
Oh, that's going to be so bad for them in court. That's going to be very bad for them. It's not great for them, for Bam and friends, not for Ben and them. I mean, okay. Okay.
all the metadata timestamped pictures of the sets that were still in the store when the owner got kicked out. I've printed all of this proof out and tried to give it to them, and this was their response.
You could go ahead and leave now. So
Really?
you could go ahead and leave now, or I will call the police for harassment.
Well, I'm not harassing you.
No, you are.
Wow, that was a really good clip.
Yeah.
It shows exactly what they wanted, which was obviously to talk to you. If a legitimate claim exists, there are established legal and dispute resolution processes to handle it fairly. Attempting to force a business outcome through public pressure, especially on unrelated stores and employees, is not a productive or fair path forward.
Basically what they're saying is, let's figure this out the legal way. Well, we did what he said, actually. We did sue him and we won. And then they didn't like the legal way. Bricks and Minifigs was the one who didn't want to do it the legal way. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because this is what happened when we won. Dang it! They closed down their entire store because Bricks and Minifigs.
Let me just say, they won a thing, the civil small claims ones, but it wasn't for the right company. From my understanding of looking, I looked at one. It was for a company called L1 Bricks. Oh shoot, I don't remember the exact name, but it was not Baker Bricks Incorporated, which is Josh and Brandon's LLC. So I'm not sure how they got it wrong, or if they did. I still have a lot to look into, so pardon me if I'm completely wrong about that, but I'm waiting for part 3 to be released too. Rumor has it that he's expecting the 30th to go well, and if so, then he'll drop part 3. So next week is going to be so busy, you guys. Oh, so busy.
did not want to do the legal way.
Okay.
Bricks and Minifig Stores is a private business with the right to protect their premises. We will continue to support our owners in prohibiting disruptive conduct or harassment. This is not about silencing criticism. It is about, oh, they're not trying to silence criticism. Now, I feel like Bricks and Minifigs is doing whatever they can to silence criticism. And if you don't believe me, watch part 2.
Moving forward.
They are very much doing that, friends. One, Ben right now isn't allowed to really speak too much about it, which is okay. I mean, that happens a lot. That hence the TRO hearing next week. But I have heard that other content creators are being sent cease and desist and all sorts of crazy bullshit.
Oh,
It was
good.
like,
Can we collect them?
maybe we already got one. Oh, well, that was just for a copyright claim. But yeah, no, they definitely are nuts. They're definitely doing that.
Together, our position remains simple. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate was not a party to the unauthorized Salem consignment agreement.
Wait. But they were a party in the theft of the Legos.
Any legitimate claims should be resolved through the proper legal channels where facts can be evaluated fairly. And we already did that.
Yep.
So-
Facts can be evaluated. We put all of the documents on the screen.
We ask our fans and creators to consider the human impact of the content they share. Fairness is a two-way street. It requires looking at the full picture and respecting the rights of unrelated small business owners and their staff. I mean, shouldn't they care about
Moving
people
forward
below
together,
them?
This doesn't say how they're moving
Yes,
forward.
we can.
Moving forward should be, let's give Brian his Legos back, right?
Yeah. We love the Lego community and the creativity it fosters.
Well, they're
Our-
making the Lego community look really bad. So until they give Brian his Legos back, they're just going to keep making the Lego community look terrible.
We thank those who have waited for the facts before accepting rumors as truth.
And I just want to say one thing about the Lego community, because we've been a part of it for a very long time with my little llama, is that the amazing thing about the Lego community in general is, one, they're a bunch of nerds who love to build things, who love creativity. It's a pretty positive environment that, they inspire others to be creative in their building. It's a whole fandom world, the Lego community, and you pissed off the Lego community. And those people are real fucking serious about how Lego in general is viewed, because the company has very high positivity ratings about things. It's a whole thing. And these guys, I do not believe, know shit about actual Lego or the Lego community or anything like that, because they done pissed off the wrong people. They're never going to forget you're trying to tarnish Legos, and they're like, no.
I think what they're trying to say by this line is that they have the facts and we have the rumors, right? Because we're just trying to promote some narrative when they're the ones that have the facts. But if you look at the situation, it kind of seems like we're the ones that have the facts. I mean, we put all the facts up on the screens, and he now has a narrative with no evidence.
Yeah, exactly. Literally just like 4 or 5 paragraphs with no evidence whatsoever. We thank those who have waited for the facts before accepting rumors as truth, and who continue to support their local Bricks and Minifigs franchise stores.
Okay, here we go. Because this matter involves active legal issues, we will provide further updates only when it's appropriate and legally permissible to do so. So this is what they're saying is like, we're not going to respond again. And they're saying it's because we can't legally do it. Their legal issues are with me. Like we've already been to court, like I think 3 times. I can share my side. Why can't they share their side? And unless their side would get them in a lot of legal trouble and they could go to jail, I guess, is why. Actually, it makes sense now why they can't share their side.
Okay, I'm working
Bricks and Minifigs is saying
a poll.
Yes, we have all of Brian's Legos in our store. No, we didn't pay for them, but we would. And their answer for that is we would never try to exploit an old man. But it seems like that's what they're doing. They're exploiting an old man. So I think a better response would be explain why do you have these Legos in your store without paying for them? That would be an explanation, right? Like that would be good. But they won't be able to do that because what they would be doing is they're explaining what stealing is. And that's what Bricks and Minifigs did. And especially not just stealing, but stealing from an old person, which is who Bricks and Minifigs likes to steal from the most.
Yeah.
There's also one more thing. So there's this other guy. It's like there's a Lego store like a couple blocks that it's like literally like right down the street from Bricks and Minifigs. It's called Bricks and Beyond. And this guy's getting a bunch of hate from my video because people are confusing his store with the Bricks and Minifigs store. Yeah. But the problem is this guy runs like a super ethical Lego store. And should we give him a call?
And I'll say this too. One of the things I know that they are putting on Ben is, oh, the internet all follows Ben and his orders to harass and, you know, go after court. Like Ben is not responsible for what people do on the internet. Everything we've watched of him so far has actually been like, you know, even with the lady that manages, right? He's not like saying send her hate mail. He's also like, well, she's not even like one of the bad guys, right? Like he's very, he's not calling for people to do things to corporate or to any of the franchise stores or anything. But boy, are they going to put all the blame on Ben. By the way, Buffy, I have 12 Alanis arriving at some point today.
So jealous.
It was only $30 on Amazon.
Oh, send me that link.
I will. I should just become an affiliate.
Can we do that?
I don't know. I think so. But they should be here sometime today. I'm very excited about it.
Okay. Well, sponsor us, Alani.
Oh, The Last Relic is a YouTuber who is a band franchise. Check out his story. I think that's one of the stories I was referencing earlier about other franchise. That name sounds familiar. I feel like I saw his name or the store's name or whomever in that. So,
right now, actually,
it's very similar in names. It is not related to Bricks and Minifigs at all.
First off, do you enjoy stealing from old people?
That is not what we do.
Oh, see, so basically everyone that's giving you harassment then is basically mixing up the two stores is what you're saying.
Essentially, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that was the end of that. Okay. That was pretty short-lived. Okay. We're watching a bully destroy his own business. Make sure you all have the popcorn in. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much exactly what's going on.
Sad for that. I cannot wait to see how this plays out in the courts.
Me too. I'm very interested to see how it's all going to play out. And I believe there will be more cases to come than just the 4 that's there. So
I mean,
by
I
the
like
way,
the internet drama, but man, the court drama.
we're going to be here for a while, you guys. So by the way, I forgot to say Ben's video was from May 23rd, 2026. So 2 days after BAM put out, Ben put out his videos and BAM put out their first statement about it. So then 3 days after Reckless Ben's videos, we have an American Fork Police Department body cam. And this is the department call about Reckless Ben and Ammon McNeff, Mr. Evil Mustache guy. That's what I like to call him. Which, oh God, I can't believe he has this stupid mustache and we're not supposed to believe he's the bad guy. Like, are you serious?
Right. It's like, it's very like cliche bad guy, storybook bad guy.
M. Dewey says, my worst nightmare is this getting settled with an NDNA in place. I don't know if they can even do that at this point. It depends. I mean, Ben seems to want to fight this as much as possible. Everybody always does when they're in these circumstances, right? But legal bills are expensive AF. So if you want to help him keep fighting and the others as well, they're going to be doing this, there's going to have to be a lot of money raised because we're talking millions of dollars probably in legal fees for all of these cases. They're different lawyers practicing different things. I do think the criminal charges, because of the police's misconduct, those are probably going to go away. Is my speculation about those. But the civil stuff, it's going to be a pretty penny. Like, again, it could cost Ben up to like $1 million just for one civil case.
My prediction is that BAM wants a gag order and everything's sealed, and Reckless Ben does not, because he wants all the things being out there. And I guarantee that's going to be a fight in court before even this really kicks off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, in one of his videos, he was talking, Ben was, about how this was already like affecting his health. And this was recently, right? He wasn't sleeping, he wasn't eating, like, because court is very, very, very stressful. Going up against a corporation, going up against a police department is some serious shit to go up against and very stressful. So if you want him to keep doing it, then keep throwing money at those people. All right. So they can afford it, because you strike deals when you can no longer afford it. And that's what BAM is wanting to do, is wanting to rake up that bill. So Ben doesn't want to pay anymore, scare him with money so he backs down. That is their plan. They said as much. That is their plan. So all the money.
Yeah. It's really crappy that they have so much, like, that corporations in general, not specifically BAM, although they are the subject matter here, but corporations do have that ability.
Yeah, so he does have I don't know if I have his link. Hold on. For the gifts.
And even if you get a pro bono attorney, motions cost money to file.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking millions of dollars in legal fees for both sides together. Absolutely. We're talking about that. Do I think he has a good chance? Maybe. I haven't read the complaint yet, which we will be reading here shortly. So let's switch over real quick, though, to this police body cam. It's only 5 minutes and 26 seconds. This comes from the BAM Sucks channel. So please subscribe to them. Oh, well, Amy, I'm subscribing to them.
Appropriately named, in my opinion.
Yes. They have a lot of the body cam stuff over there. I'm not sure if it's all the redacted or not. But anyway, so this happens 3 days after the video that we just watched there with him. So let's see what's in this one. I don't know what's in this one. I don't even know if it's important or not. I was just like, well, it's next on the timeline. Might as well, right?
This is Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, this is Officer Sunbob, Fork Police Department.
What's up, man? How are you?
Good, how are you?
Officer Jeff.
Hanging in, brother. Hanging in.
Good to hear. How can I help you?
So I'm in Los Angeles. Got got a call, or we got a complaint from a guy in Provo about this guy Schneider.
Okay.
You went all the way to
And so
LA?
it seems like I talked to the guys in Sandy police too, and then trying to get a hold of Provo police. So it seems like, yeah, Schneider's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
My understanding is the guy that made the complaint to me is a guy named Ammon McNeff, and that he
Evil mustache guy.
overarchingly owns the company that the guy from American Fork and the guy from Sandy work for, getting kind of all these complaints. And basically, so he called me and he's just like, this guy's crazy. He's like making threats against us, my employees, our business, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason they called us is like, it seems like this guy might live in LA, or his last known address is in LA.
Okay.
So I guess I'm just trying to track down like what you guys are doing, if anything. I know, like, at least I've been told that there's technically a couple open cases. It honestly doesn't seem like stuff we're really going to pursue. If anything, I would go knock on the guy's door and be like, hey man, stop it.
Mm-hmm.
So I also just wanted to like share the information that I got to see if that helps your ongoing investigation related to what he's doing.
Okay, gotcha. Kind of where we're at, everything's just kind of in the prosecutor's hands right now. We filed two charges on him, or three. And then I know Sandy and Provo were in the process of either screening charges, or I'm not sure if they ended up filing or what they're.
I think that's what Sandy, they said the same thing. They're kind of waiting on the DA to make a decision.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. I know he's posted a couple videos since. And again,
what a menace.
We haven't heard anything from the victim in our city regarding.
Is that, do you know, is that Joshua Johnson?
I believe so.
Okay.
What a menace.
Yeah, I last I'd heard, Schneider was living in California. I don't know if he's still there or if he's kind of been.
Yeah, that was going to be my other question. Do you have any idea where he actually is?
No idea. I know we had asked to hold him until we had further, but I'm guessing they just let him bond out. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I get your email address, and I'll just share this kind of file they sent to me to see, because I think Johnson actually comes up in there a couple times, and it's just like it might. I mean, it's going to make more sense to you than it is to me. I just don't want to like reinvent the wheel on this whole thing, and part of it is like I know that our local charges, like either the DA or city attorney, are like, this guy's already being charged in Utah by 3 different places. Like, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a thing. So.
And I just wanted to be known that police departments are not doing this for you. All right. You have somebody stalking and harassing you. Good fucking luck. All right. They're not going to be calling all these jurisdictions or anything like that. They're doing it as a favor, in my opinion. Of that. Negla asked if we had the other body cams. Yes, we do, but we're going to review all of those at a later date and look more. And so I've decided, because there's so many different avenues to the story. So first, we're going to focus on the civil complaint, which is what we're doing now, BAM versus everybody. And then we'll do a whole section going through American Fork and the police and the corruption there. And then we'll do another big portion. This will be multiple episodes for each one. Where we go into the business side of BAM and the McNeff family, because it was interesting. So we're going to kind of break the story down into chunks, because all three are equally important, especially for, in my opinion, the American Force Police Department is very fucking important.
So we're going to be here for a while?
We're going to be in Legoland for a while. Unfortunately, we can't do it all in one day. But yeah, nobody's doing this for you and I can assure you of that. I know, because I've had friends who have tried to get stalking and harassment charges. And guess what? Not a whole lot happens. It's just interesting is all.
Just like, yeah, what's the best email address? And I'll share it with you.
It's going to be Lima Sierra Uniform Mike Bravo Oscar Tango at
Bravo Oscar Tango,
at AmericanFork.gov.
American Fork. So that's LSUMBOT.
Correct.
And what's your first name? Sorry.
Luke.
Luke, cool. Okay, yeah, I'll
Luke.
send it over and then let me know if it. I mean, that's all I got basically. So, like I said, I talked to the guy. He's just like, since he's the owner of the company, he's like, we're getting threats. I was like, hey, send me some detailed information as to like what threats you're actually getting.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's the email that he sent me. So,
okay,
it's all apparently Schneider. He said he's getting like random people threatening him because Schneider is telling people that he's a piece of shit and they should threaten him, basically.
He did not.
Yeah,
He never said that last part.
Kind of the issue.
He did imply that he's a piece of shit. He didn't even call him a piece of shit or tell people to threaten him. That I know. I have yet to see anything online about him actually doing that in his own words. So, no, Ammon. No. Was he getting death threats? Probably. I mean, it's the internet, so that happens. But
The case here.
Yeah.
Having people act on his behalf. So I'm assuming once he posted all the videos, all of his followers are reaching out to this company.
Yeah. So it's like, so at some point, so hopefully if this guy actually like goes to jail, then he'll be like, hey, tell everybody to stop. Kind of a thing.
Yeah. So.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll forward that over, and then I'll let you know if I hear anything, and if there's anything else we can do for you, let me know.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Luke. Appreciate it, brother.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
So that's just Ammon using more police resources. That's kind of ridiculous. Hi, Dave. Hi. Now that's not one of the bad body cams. What we're talking about, I mean, it's not great, but there's a whole lot of other body cam footage from the previous months of, it's not good. We'll just put it that way. It's not good for the American Fork Police Department at all. Excuse me. All right. So next up, we have the complaint. So this happens. Hold on, I'm gonna get back to my timeline here. So that body cam video happens May 26th. The very next day, May 27th, is when BAM Corporate files this civil lawsuit against Brian Mansell, the owner of the Legos, and everybody. A lot of does 1 through 14 or something like that. It's very interesting that Ammon calls the police, like we just watched, the day before dropping the civil complaint, almost as if he was hoping that something might happen to give the civil case a little bit more, legs to go on. In my opinion, we've been covering another lady who loves to do that, doesn't she? Oh, something happens. Let me call the cops so I can stay out scared.
Yeah. It's almost like it's pre-calculated.
Almost like
they're trying to set it up. Almost like
it. Let's see. We don't need all of that over there. There we go. All right. So what we're going to do for the rest of the afternoon, if we can get through all this, this has so many exhibits and everything. So we're not going to get through the entirety of the complaint and other filings. Today, we'll be doing it over a few different days before the TRO. I just don't know which days yet. But this one is 95 pages long. So we will see what we can get through today.
And we like to talk a lot, so
that's true. I have not read this. Buffy's heard it, but I have not read it. So I've been told that there'll be a lot of me being like, what in the actual fuck? Are you kidding me? So let's get into that. All right. So this is filed by BAM Franchising. It includes Ammon, his brother Matthew, whatever he goes by. Why does Ammon have like a Targaryen name, but Matthew doesn't? It's interesting to
You're
me.
so hung up on that.
I am. Well, it is House of the Dragons time. Season 3 started last night, which was awesome. I'm not going to go into it. We'll do a different video about it if we want to talk dragons, but I very much enjoyed it. I thought it was great. Anywho, I'm not going to do spoilers yet because not everybody's seen it. So then it also includes Josh and Brandon, who took over the Oregon store, their company, Baker Bricks. And they're versing Ben, Reckless Ben, also known as Ben Schneider, Brian Mansell, the owner of the Legos, well, his dad, but whatever, and Victor, who I believe is who was in that video with Ben. The first one we watched. I believe that's him. I just didn't confirm that that was his name, but I'm pretty sure that's who that is. All right. So it says plaintiffs, BAM, and all of the other people I just listed through counsel file this complaint against Ben, Brian, Victor, and Doe's 1 through 15. All right. So I was off by a number. So just whoever they want to put in there, apparently. And for causes of action, assert and allege as follows. So this is what BAM is telling the court. So let's see what they have to say about all this bullshit. I'm sure it'll make sense. Oh, Echoes. Llama, Amen is a Book of Mormon name. Oh, the A is pronounced like apple.
I forgot we
Ammon?
have our own
That's true.
Mormon consultant available.
That's true. Echoes, we're going to have so many questions for you, by the way. Okay, well, that makes more sense then. So that is Victor in the video. Okay, I forgot to confirm that before we talked about it today. So thank you, chat, for letting me know that is in fact Victor. Because I know the other one was Sheldon. I know he has a channel. And he was the guy in the video who the police tried to take his phone and he went to shut it off. And then they were like dicks about it. That's Sheldon. I know that, but I haven't learned everybody's names yet. Like I said, there are so many people involved in this story, you guys. I am in the middle of putting together a slideshow of people for references, but I'm not done yet. I will, I'll hit you up. All right. So BAM is a corporation organized and existing under the laws of the state of Delaware, doing business throughout the United States, including its principal place of business in Utah County, state of Utah. Why are they out of Delaware when they all live in Utah? That's interesting. Okay. I'm sure there's a very logical reason for that. Not suspicious. Ammon is a Utah resident, currently residing in Utah County, Utah, and an owner and executive officer of BAM. Matthew is a Utah resident, currently residing in Utah. Whatever, him and Ammon are brothers. He's the owner and executive officer of BAM as well. Actually, he is chief operations officer, and then Ammon is CEO, chief executive officer, by the way. We want a string board. Don't worry, I'm working on it.
I was about to say, I'm going to need a chart, a murder board, if you will.
I'm working on it, and it's all Lego themed as well. But my Canva was not working this morning for some reason, so I said, fuck it. I don't care. All right, so then Josh is a Utah resident, lives in the same county, and owner and executive officer of Baker. Brandon lives in Salt Lake County, Utah, and owner executive Baker. Baker is a Utah limited liability company organized on 5/2/2024. So they took over the Oregon store in November of 2024. So they had only been a thing for like a few months. DBA, Salem, Baker, in Oregon, registered. Oh, they registered in Oregon the day they took over? Okay. and an authorized franchise of BAM engaged in business in the state of Oregon, blah, blah, blah. Upon information and belief, Schneider, that's Ben, is an individual who resides in or around Los Angeles, California. Oh, by the way, I went through, I had to redact a whole bunch of shit in the documents because people aren't redacting them. I'm not saying you have to, but I will say this. If you want, these things are all over the place on the internet. But if you want more YouTubers to cover this story, then they need to go in and redact this stuff. So that way they don't run the risk of like somebody claiming they doxed somebody. It is a public document. It is out there, right? It is. But people covering the story have to also cover their ass. So the redactions are not pretty. I did them myself.
And YouTube does like to, there are privacy complaints.
Yes.
That they can strike against your
video.
channel and you'll get in trouble. Like you'll get in trouble. So honestly, if other creators are watching and covering, that would be really helpful so that everybody doesn't get systematically taken down.
Yeah. I know it's public information. We know that, but again, you got to play by YouTube's rules. I mean, we've seen from this other case we're covering, we've seen one guy who was reading emails that Reality Steve, who got emails from Laura Owens, and he forgot to redact her fucking email address, and she got a privacy complaint put on him. He had to take it down, touch it up. It's a pain in the ass for creators. So I don't know if any of you here know the people that have these and stuff, but I highly recommend somebody go through and redact them for content creators. And you might have more people covering this. So that way they don't have problems with YouTube's rules. So put that out there. That's true. YouTube loves their rules, but only enforce them when they want. Well, most cases it wouldn't matter, but for BAM, they're going to find every reason they can to take down anything. All right. So you just don't want to give them any reasons to take down a content creator's video about them. So I went through and redacted these. So, all right. Where was I? So upon information and belief, Ben is an individual who resides in or around Los Angeles, California, and who operates under the DBA, aka an online persona of Reckless Ben. As an online paid streaming content creator and publisher through Patreon YouTuber, who does business throughout the United States and in Utah County, Utah. Upon information and belief, Reckless Ben LLC is a limited liability company, organized and existing under the laws of the state of California, with a principal place of business at redacted and doing business in Utah County, Utah, which is owned, controlled, and or operated by Schneider and Schneider Group. Now, Ben and Reckless Ben LLC and their affiliated entities, employees, contractors, associates, representatives, assistants, and legally cognizable agents, including Victor, and as yet unknown 1 through 15 defendants, along with Ben's group, affiliated entities, and participants in the enterprise. By the way, I'm going to use everybody's first names while reading this to the best of my ability because there's so many players. We know their first names, but we may not be familiar with their last ones. So just to make that clear. Let's see that Ben's group, affiliated entities, and participants in the enterprise, as they're going to call the Schneider Group, conspired together and with co-defendants and Crystal Law and Benjamin Gorman, which, by the way, the fact that her last name's Law is hilarious, and I love that. Also potential Doe 1 through 15 defendants, and aided and abetted to create, participate in, and effectuated a scheme and enterprise of unlawful activities over a substantial time period through multiple distinct episodes in order to defraud, manipulate, threaten, trespass, extort, injure, and damage plaintiffs, including based on a sustained pattern of unlawful activities including the racketeering and profiteering and other misconduct described herein, thereby injuring and damaging plaintiffs in Utah County, Utah, and other locations throughout the state. Oh, yes. So this is their RICO lawsuit, Buff? Is that what this is?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Yes.
This is what I was telling you about, that it's crazy. It's crazy.
Anyone ever
Pretty sure we go.
associated with Ben gets to be a doe. So we're all doe.
We are all doe.
We're all does. I don't know. Defraud. That's a pretty strong word there.
Oh, keep
Manipulate, threaten, trespass. I mean, that's
extort, injure, and damage.
right.
I mean, okay. What did they damage? I mean, they put stick 'em signs on the window, but that's hardly damage.
Well, it's enough though. They also damaged their one feeling. They're like, the internet hates us. All right. So co-defendants conspired with Crystal and Benjamin to participate in, support, and aid, abet the enterprise and misconduct described herein or affecting plaintiffs in Utah County, Utah, and other locations throughout the United States. So now it's a conspiracy, and they conspired with the old owners. And okay. All right. For listening to their story and wanting to do something about it. But okay. I have a feeling that every accusation is a confession from Bam. Just putting that out there. Just putting that out there. It's my opinion that I bet if we reverse the mirror back at them.
It usually is, though, I feel like, in these cases.
Yeah. So projecting their own crimes. Right, Preston. See, we're in the same. Interesting. Oh, virtual juror, this is crazy. I'm going to need you to start working on this too. I know you're busy with Laura own videos, but you should probably.
I know. Virtual juror is amazing with a timeline.
That's true.
Has the IRS access all of these resources to build these things? We got our Mormon, our Mormon guy to go to. We got
ex-Mormon
with the financial. That's right, right. Mormon, I mean, like,
he's very clear about that.
That's what I meant, expert. And then you got timeline, and then you got Big Tiff with the money things. We could just have a whole big panel discussion.
I am putting peer pressure on everybody we know to cover it.
Yeah, this is me volunteering you guys for jobs you didn't sign for.
By the way. Now, upon information and belief, Victor is one of several individuals among does 1 through 15 who reside in or around Los Angeles, California, and is part of the Schneider group who conspired with co-defendants to participate in the misconduct described herein, thereby injuring and damaging plaintiffs in Utah County, Utah, and other locations throughout the United States. But if they're going with this whole civil RICO thing, why wouldn't there be like criminal RICO things? If it's that obvious and apparent, why aren't they facing charges for it? Just wondering.
Is it because nobody died and nobody was trafficked and there's no drugs and all that other stuff involved?
Probably. Like real RICO cases.
Yeah, like actual RICO.
Like actual ones. Now, does 1 through 15 are as yet unidentified co-defendants who conspire with, aid, abetted, and or participated in the misconduct alleged herein, who will be named upon discovery. We'll let them know if it's them later. So, Civil's a Laura Bar. I didn't know.
You'll know. It's like, we don't know who it is. We'll fill in those names later, which I think is weird. But, you know.
I didn't know RICO could be civil either. I had no idea until this came up. I was like, wait, what? Buffy was telling me, I was like, what? Civil RICO? What are you even talking about? On a state level? What? But it allows you to 3 times damage money. Oh, okay. Interesting.
We're trying to bleed him dry, scare him with money, which is straight up the first thing they said in Ben's video.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that stage was set at the very beginning of that video. He told him exactly how this was going to play out.
Absolutely, he did. You're talking about Ammon, right? Yeah, absolutely. All right, so the general allegations. So BAM is the corporate franchisor of a national Bricks and Minifigs franchise system, which grants private franchises to independent and authorized operators of retail stores throughout the United States, specializing in the purchase, sale, and trade of Lego products, including new, used, and collectible sets and minifigures. Are they, side note, but this is not, Lego has nothing to do with, like, they're not affiliated with Logo, right? Like, Lego, they haven't, like, they're not sponsored by, or you know what I mean?
I wouldn't think so, but maybe they're authorized resellers. Are there
Yeah,
authorized
that's what I'm
resellers?
asking. Yeah. Or are they just like a Lego pawn shop, right?
I mean, they could be. I know very little about Lego anything, so I'm sure the chat knows way more about this than we do. So I'll
That's
rely on
true.
their expertise. but
Yeah,
I
you
do
let
not
us
know.
know, chat, if they have been like endorsed or authorized as a Lego reseller, because that is a thing, right? Like you can't just go selling Lego sets, right? Without that, unless you're just a pawn shop sort of thing. I don't know. We have a Lego
Well,
store here. I don't know how this works.
There's Legos. I mean, we have a Bricks and Minifigs here, which I still have to put on my list as a place to go visit, just because I'm nosy and I just want to take a picture outside the store.
Right? See if they have us as Lego figs. That'd be great. They landed a contract in April with Lego. Oh, Lego. What have you done? Oh no. Oh, that could
Oh,
be that could be problematic for Lego.
Lego is questioning their life decisions at this moment.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, back to this. Ammon and Matthew are owners, executive officers, and principals of BAM, with Ammon serving as chief executive officer. The McNeffs, Ammon and Matt, with other owners, have invested substantial time, resources, and capital in developing and protecting the Bricks and Minifigs brand, goodwill, and franchise system throughout the United States. Oh, you just kind of put it all in the toilet and flushed it at this point. So, way to go. Lego will pull it, but they won't announce it. Oh, yikes. Who's BAM? BAM is Bricks and Minifigs Corporate. That's who BAM in this storyline. That's who's referred to as BAM. So,
Bricks
upon
and Minifigs, BAM.
BAM. Upon information and belief, Ben and Reckless Ben LLC operate under the online DBA name and or persona of Reckless Ben, and including as a YouTuber and content creator with a substantial following on YouTube and related social media platforms, including paid streaming services through or on Patreon, Discord, TikTok, Reddit, and Instagram. What? You don't have to pay to be on
Their
Reddit.
page, I would say paid streaming services. I mean,
I mean,
Patreon maybe, but Discord is not paid.
well, it
TikTok
can
is
be if
not
you only let
paid.
members into your Discord server. I guess technically you pay to get in, but
Okay.
probably we don't. I
But
don't know if that's what
TikTok
he has.
isn't,
TikTok
unless
isn't.
it's a creators program.
Reddit isn't. But sure, okay. Upon and heaven forbid if somebody does it as a fucking job. Okay, people don't like that for some reason. Upon information and belief, Ben and the Ben Group affiliated and conspired with Brian, Ben, and Crystal. Benjamin, we'll call him Benjamin, just to separate him and Reckless Ben, who directly and indirectly participated in, supported, aided, and abetted, and or promoted Ben's content creation, publications, and the alleged misconduct relating to plaintiffs. But why did they not just name Ben and Crystal at the beginning? They didn't. So that's interesting. They sure want to name
But
drop them
didn't they
everywhere.
call them co-defendants? Because that's where I'm confused at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe they're one of the does. I don't know why you want to just name
Well,
them,
they
but
wouldn't
okay.
be because those are
Right.
unidentified people. They know who
Mhm.
Ben and Crystal are, so they wouldn't fall under that.
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
So the private dispute between Crystal and Benjamin. Remember, they're the OG owners of the Bricks and Minifigs Oregon store. Crystal was initially employed as a BAM-owned entity and corporate employee store manager for BAM's then subsidiary corporate-operated Bricks and Minifigs location in Salem, Oregon. During her tenure, she expressed interest in becoming a private franchise as the owner with her husband, Benjamin, of Banff Salem 1 LLC, and individually and in purchasing the Salem, Oregon store she managed. Oh, I didn't know she worked for BAM beforehand, but okay. BAM agreed to her proposed private franchise affiliation and purchase transaction within BAM's established franchise agreement structure pursuant to the terms of a written 2623 franchise agreement between BAM and Salem LLC. Crystal and Ben, and a February 2nd, 2023 business and asset purchase agreement between BAM and Crystal and Ben. And we have those, and those will be all gone over in a different day. The APA confirmed a closing date of February 2nd, 2023, and Section 4.1 directed that Utah law governed in Section 10.3 and it required Crystal and Ben to timely pay purchase price installments, royalties, and other consideration to obtain landlord consent to a lease assignment for Salem LLC to coordinate account transfers, among other obligations for the purchase in sections 2 and 3. So February 2023, Crystal and Ben become a franchise and open for business with that. Okay. Now remember, this is all BAM writing it, guys. All right. So just remember that. Significantly, BAM was granted a security interest referenced in APA Section 3 and confirmed in a signed February 2nd, 2023 security agreement in and to all accounts, chattel paper, general intangibles, inventory, and equipment of debtor, Salem LLC, Crystal and Ben, whether now owned or hereafter acquired, located, used, or arising in connection with the operation. Okay. This established BAM's senior claim to and or lien respecting any inventory and accounts and other collateral. Section 2.3 similarly directs that buyer, Crystal and Benjamin, shall be responsible for and shall pay all liabilities of the business incurred from and after the closing date. I feel like they were doing that. No?
So that's when that's from when they bought the franchise,
Right.
right? Okay.
Yes. In February of 2023. And then at the end of 2023 in November is when Brian brings his stuff to the store. So that is true. Yes, they have filed their own lawsuit, which we will for sure be covering later as well. We will literally cover every single piece of information regarding this story, by the way, because I enjoy doing that. And it all seems very relevant and important. And they've done interviews. We'll be watching interviews that people have done, the whole shebang. We'll be here for a while, friends, for the next however many months.
Probably get us to the end of the year.
For sure. For sure. I mean, every day. This is like one of those things where every day something fucking crazy has happened. It's like this didn't come out really until what, May 21st. So a month ago. And the amount of shit there is to go over in a month is wild. Because people are just doing interviews. They're doing all sorts of crazy things. Like, what are we doing? Anyway. All right. So then Section 8.2 mandates that buyer, Crystal and Benjamin shall indemnify and hold harmless seller, BAM, from and against and pay or reimburse seller for any and all costs, expenses, losses, damages, and liabilities, including attorney fees and expenses suffered by BAM to the extent resulting from, arising out of, or incurred with respect to liabilities of Crystal and Ben arising out of, relating to, or in connection with any claim brought against Crystal and Ben relating to the assets or business operations from and after the closing date. So they're saying, Crystal and Ben, you're responsible for everything. You're going to pay for everything, no matter what. And especially if we have to suffer from anything, you're going to pay for that too. So Section 8C of the financee agreement confirmed that to preserve the BAM brand, that Crystal and Benjamin and Salem LLC agreed to only purchase products from BAM in pertinent part. Okay, so they have to buy stuff from the corporate office then? Okay, all right. Well, let's take a look at this little agreement here. Service products and vendors. You acknowledge and agree that I'm going to read all of it, not just the parts they highlighted, because you should always read everything with context. You acknowledge and agree that the reputation and goodwill of Bricks and Minifigs store are based on and can be maintained only by providing a high quality, courteous, safe, and fun experience. Therefore, you agree that your store will use and or offer only services, products, and merchandise as set forth in the operations manual or as otherwise approved by us, and as may be periodically modified by us in our sole discretion. That's kind of wild. I don't know if this is how it works everywhere, but just being like, well, you can only buy stuff for us and then resell the stuff. It's kind of okay. Seems a little like MLM-y, don't you think?
Well, do they have their own distributors and stuff? Like,
Well, that's what I asked about Lego. Like, do they have a deal with Lego where, the main company goes to Lego, says we want all this stuff, they get it from Lego, then they pass it on their store. Like, is Lego part of their,
Well, it doesn't say it's through them. It says it has to be approved by them, which means that you would have to get your vendors authorized by the corporate office, right?
Mm.
Like, you would use the people that they authorize. Like, if you have cleaning services, if you have delivery services, if you have, stuff like that, I would assume it's not specifically to the physical, tangible product. I feel like it would be to everything.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm working on a timeline thing too. It's a lot. You're gonna love it. Yeah, BAM Sucks is one of the websites. I got a lot of the information I put in my spreadsheet from. There's a few different ones that I found as well. There's like a whole, like one was the BAM map is one I found. BAM Sucks. I have like 6 websites I found of people putting stuff together for this, which is amazing. By the way, let's see here. Where was I? Okay. Franchise further acknowledges that we have spent considerable time and effort in developing the products, services, processes, methods, and technology used in the operation of a Bricks and Minifigs business. Accordingly, franchisee acknowledges that franchisee is required to sell and use only approved products, supplies, vendors, and suppliers. That include, but is not limited to, new and used Lego building bricks, Lego minifigures and accessories, new Lego playsets, pre-approved non-Lego branded and Lego compatible products, apparel, Lego event and or season specific merchandise, promotional and advertising materials, in addition to supplies such as packaging materials for the operation of the store. Okay. Franchisee is prohibited from selling any non-Lego branded products or Lego compatible branded products not approved by us. So I don't know if Brian's stuff was new in a box in Lego. I don't see how that's not allowed.
Well,
Or am I
it's
understanding it wrong?
probably no. I think you're right. That's why they didn't highlight that section.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they're like, yeah, don't read that because that's not our complaint.
Don't read that part. Oh, I have the CoffeeZilla interview on my spreadsheet as well. But please do, if you're watching this replay, crew, whatever, in the comments, leave stuff that you think we do need to cover because there is so much. Just so that way I can add it to my spreadsheet of stuff to cover because there is a lot. And you guys were so helpful with the last time we covered this in recommending people to us. And I wrote it all down. We even checked out, Buffy and I checked out BJC over the weekend too, who I only got to watch one of her coverage of this, but hello, I love her already.
I know. As I say, I love her.
So I got so much catching up to do with her, but I thought she was amazing. She reminded me of us. I want to be besties with her. In Disguise says, correct, you have to go to their approved office supply company. You could not go to Staples. All approved companies are Mormon owned too. Oh, I didn't even think that. I didn't even take that into consideration, but that makes sense. That makes sense. So would this make sense? Oh, this is another tangent. This is why it's going to take us forever to get through this. So if that's the case, all right, and then let's go back to earlier what we were talking with the alleged them taking over stores, moving the merchandise elsewhere. Is that what they were doing with them allegedly with the merchandise from the stores they took over and then closed down? Who's BJC? She is another content creator on YouTube who is covering this extensively as well. I think you'll like her, Lainey. If we liked her, I think you'll like her too. So interesting. Ooh, BAM is losing vendors because they can pull their contract. Oh wow. This is so bad for them. Yeah, there's her channel, at BJC Live Show. I think she has another channel too. But she's been covering things a lot. And she loves snacks, is what I learned.
If this is like a Mormon backed company, it's what I'm getting is usually they have their own businesses that they want to work with. So how, like, why would they be back? Like, how do they back out if they're like all in a tight knit club? If it seems like they wouldn't have a choice to stick with, you know what I'm saying? Am I verbalizing what I'm thinking?
Well,
typically,
I don't think they're all that way, but yes, probably.
Because usually, like, you have no choice, but you're gonna work with this company because you're all part of the inner workings, I guess.
That or people saw the writings on the walls and they're like, woof, we're out. We're out. No, thank
I don't
you.
know. Just my research into cult dynamics. Usually you don't really have a choice. So
true. That's true. I'm not saying they're in a cult, but allegedly we think that
I mean, in my opinion, it's very culty.
Very, very
but
culty.
I think I also think most religions are culty, but that's a tangent for another day.
Okay.
Or can be culty.
Can be culty. Now, franchisee is prohibited from selling any non-Lego brand products or Lego compatible branded products not approved by us. Franchisor will provide franchisee, the store, with a list of all pre-approved non-Lego branded and Lego compatible products that franchisee is authorized to offer and sell in its store. Franchisee, the store, agrees that we may periodically and upon written notice add to, modify, or change such approved products, supplies, vendors, and suppliers. Franchisee agrees to promptly accept and implement in the operation of the store all such additions, modifications, and changes at franchisee's expense. So if we change your mind, you're going to pay for it. Okay, great. Thanks. It's fine. In addition, franchisee acknowledges that, I mean, I don't know if this is the way these things are normally conducted. I don't own a franchise for a reason. I have my own opinions about them, but one, to ensure the consistent high quality and uniformity of products and services provided by Bricks and Minifigs franchise businesses, franchisee must purchase products, supplies, POS systems, computers, software, cash registers, camera and security systems, marketing and advertising materials for use in the operation of a Bricks and Minifigs from franchisor BAM Corporate. Oh, so nothing else. That explains a lot. Its affiliates are or approved vendors who demonstrate to franchisors continuing satisfaction and ability to meet franchisors' standards and specifics. So at any point in time, you have to buy all of your stuff from corporate that you want to use. And at any time, they can be like, nope, we're not using this whole system anymore. You need to buy a whole new one based off of this new vendor, right?
Well,
So
yeah,
like,
because that's why all Burger Kings look the same. All McDonald's look the same. Because, I mean, because we have a McDonald's down the street. All of our McDonald's here, they're franchises. They're not owned by McDonald's Corp. They're independently owned. They're franchises, but they all function exactly the same, have the same signage, have the same technology inside of it because they have to operate under the franchise, like the corporate. So yeah, they're saying basically all the crap that we say you can use, you have to use.
yeah, but like there, you could spend thousands of dollars on a whole new security system that they said you had to get, and then they can be like, "Ooh, actually, you know what? Nope, we want this new one," and you'd have to do it whether you had money or not.
Yeah,
That's
basically.
wild.
That's why I would never own a business to make somebody else money.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm like. How is this a good idea business wise? But that's fine. I'm not a business person. I mean, I have ran my own business before.
I mean,
but
I understand. I get some people feel like that's the only way, but why? The point of owning your own business is to be able to make your own choices and to be your own boss, not have another boss. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that seems like they're breathing up everybody's butthole that owns a store.
I
Like,
have lots of thoughts, but that's for another blog.
that's for
Another day.
yeah. I haven't read many franchise agreements, so I don't know. I could be talking out my butthole for all I know. Probably am. I usually do, but still. Now, to be clear, oh wait, was I done with that? Make any arrangements for certain? Oh, the exception. Oh, I wasn't finished here. The exception to the above is that because of the nature of the resale industry, most all products that need to be purchased for the store will be from various sources, and franchisee is responsible for identifying such sources. So the store needs to identify other places for things to resell. Okay. However, franchisor, corporate may make arrangements with vendors for certain products at negotiated costs that would ultimately benefit the entire system. Franchisor is not liable to franchisee for any loss or damage or deemed to be in breach of this agreement if franchisor, corporate, or its affiliates or approved vendors. Okay. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Rose
Aw.
investigates. Thank you. Please look at the band map. It's insane. I have the band map written down as one of the websites
Yes.
that I've been taking stuff from for the timeline purposes. That the band map is wild. I thought it
I
was
tried to
very, very
figure it out.
interesting.
I was very confused, but I was also looking at it on a phone.
Oh,
So I don't
me
know
too.
if it's just the functionality on a phone, but
Yeah,
I
me
was like,
too.
how does this even work? But
I felt like her
I
reading.
need
They did an amazing
a
job over there.
mentor. I need a guide through this this winding road.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. They do more of the business stuff on there, which I
Oh,
can't wait to
okay.
get
Oh,
into.
really?
So, um, let's see. Did you guys receive the email? Like, did you email us, Kate? Okay. Oh, you emailed them. Check your email. Oh, okay, so you were talking about us. Okay. Let me see real quick. Let's see. Intervener filings. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know if I have these on my spreadsheet yet for those. So thank you for sending. Yeah, I definitely don't have these on my list for a lot of these. So thank you
Yes.
very much.
Send us things. We like the things.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Yes.
when we get mail, it's exciting.
It is exciting. So thank you for that very, very much. So I will add those later for sure. All right. So to be clear, APA Section 1 emphasized added, provided that while select consignment services may be permitted, such were limited expressly to those approved by BAM. Okay. I don't know about that, but all right. APA Section 18A mandates that all modifications to this agreement must be in writing signed by both parties. And Section 18K directs, emphasis added, that whenever this agreement requires the approval or consent of either party, the other party shall make written requests therefor, and this approval or consent shall be obtained in writing. So are they saying that, like, Crystal and Ben made this deal, they never even told corporate about it, which I find kind of hard to believe because I know it was advertised as them getting it all over social media. They made videos, all of it, because I added it to the timeline. So I know it exists. And you're telling me that corporate had no idea that the largest collection of Star Wars Legos landed in one of their small ass Oregon stores.
But I thought the corporate was the one that was putting things on the Instagram.
That's what I thought, but I don't know that to be true yet. So
what? Yeah, I mean, that was the claim that Reckless Ben, I think, in the video. Remember, that's why I said watch the video first when I was telling you about this, because there's a lot of stuff that you're going to go back to, and I feel like we saw that those were what was put on the Instagram that they were advertising. But was it the franchise that was doing it, or was it BAM corporate? Does the independent individual franchises operate franchises? I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Do they operate their own social media independently, or does corporate have? Like, I have so many questions about the inner workings of things.
That's it. No, that's a really good point. Do they get? I mean, they seem to be like in such control over all these franchisees that it surprised me. They just let each store just do whatever they want based on social media. Like, that's kind of weird, but okay.
If every store has some different inventory in their store, it makes sense to me that each independent franchise would have their own advertising. If store A is having an event but store B is not having an event, you wouldn't advertise the same stuff in every store. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's true.
It makes sense to me that they would operate their individual social medias. I don't know that it's actually happening here. It just makes sense in my mind. But, sometimes corporations don't always do what makes sense. So that's kind of a dumb assumption.
There's so many layers to everything. We are literally, I don't even know if we busted through. Well, I think the Reckless Ben videos were layer number 1 of the onion. There's about 200 layers to this onion, friends. And we're going to unpeel every single fucking one of them is what we're going to do because it's outrageous. Outrageous. Now, despite the foregoing plain requirements, Crystal and Benjamin materially breached their obligations as required. APA payments were not completed. Franchise affiliate royalty payments became delinquent. The lease and various accounts were never properly transferred, and lease amounts were unpaid. Crystal's outstanding contractual obligations mounted, eventually exceeding an estimated $175,000. What? That's a whole lot of that money.
That's according to BAM.
Yeah, like what?
That they owe us $175,000 now. They have to prove that claim in court. You can really write down anything in a a complaint.
That is true. It's
You just have to
very
be able to back it
important.
up.
Exactly. It's very important to know, especially in civil court. You can literally say whatever the fuck you want. And then you might have to prove it later. Or you can be like, oh, you know what? Never mind. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but
Like,
even
not a
in
fan.
criminal courts, when you read your probable cause affidavits, some of the stuff they write in that doesn't actually pan out to be what they're claiming happened once you get in the court. So, I mean, it happens a lot where people write stuff down, but it's not actually how it's presented.
Well, I'm definitely going to look into that when nerds go bad, which, by the way, I love your handle. That's fantastic. We want to know more about Tattle the Bird. Oh, thank you, Negla3. Hit like and subscribe. She said, everybody be like Nigla. This is some good stuff. It is also OH. Thank you so much for your support. That's so kind of you. Oh, Kai McAllister has disappeared. And I can't find him, but can't find the connection other than they're all Mormon. Josh is 100%.
Who is Kai McAllister?
He's like, he works for corporate. I don't know how I would describe him as the enforcer.
The enforcer. That's very interesting.
Maybe I'm wrong about who Kai is, but yes.
What does the enforcer do?
He goes in and takes over stuff, I think. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So okay.
He was the corporate guy on the phone. That's who he was. Thank you,
Oh
Rachel.
my gosh.
Yeah.
At
He's the one that threatened the Gormans. Well, so when Brandon's in the store with corporate,
okay.
That's Kai on the phone. Brandon is the one in the Zoom video, right? That's taken over the store, and then Kai's on the phone, right, friends? He's like the
ring
middleman.
video.
Yes, the ring video from inside of Salem. All right, so they're saying Crystal didn't pay any of her fucking bills, blah, 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 because of course they're going to say that. I don't know if that's true or not. We will find out later. In early fall of 2024, Benjamin accepted work overseas, and Crystal advised BAM that she intended to close the store and abandon the franchise operation altogether, including stating an effective date for such closure of December 2024. Okay, so she's giving heads up. She's thinking about closing the store in the fall. She's behind on all of these payments. Where's the proof of that? I would think, wouldn't corporate start like filing and sending you things if you're
Is there an exhibit? Did they not link to an exhibit on that? No,
I don't think so.
Interesting, right?
Mm-hmm. It is interesting. Let's see, that she was going to do a closure in December 2024, as she did not have the right to do so under the franchisee agreement. BAM notified her that such was not appropriate. Okay, but can they just up and take over a store without like filing anything legally? I would think it's like, when you rent a house.
When we had our conversation, we had that meeting where we were discussing, I said, where are the documents? You can't, I feel like it's like you said, when you take over a house, like there's things filed with the courthouse. Like, are there paperwork? I would like to see that paperwork.
I would just think so. I think corporate would just want to cover their ass,
Like you wouldn't just go in and be like, give me your keys. It's mine now. Like there's paperwork involved. I'd like to see what's in that paperwork. I have questions.
So. Especially if it's $175,000. Bet your ass I'd be making sure everything was done proper way, but I don't know. Rachel says BAM breached the contract. That's kind of what it seems like to me. So, now based on the foregoing uncured breaches and anticipatory repudiation, BAM issued a written November 14th, 2024 notice of immediate termination to Salem LLC pursuant to the franchise agreement, exercised its priority rights to the collateral in the security agreement, pre-scheduled a repossession with Crystal, and repossessioned the Salem LLC store on or after November 14th, 2024, and assumed the lease as expressly permitted under the franchise agreement and APA, including any and all fixtures, inventory, and other assets, and credited an estimated $38,000 paltry value thereof as an offset to the unpaid $175,000 debt. I mean, she was renting the store from somebody. So I just don't understand how they can go in and take over just like that, regardless, because stuff's in her name and contracts are in her name and stuff. I don't know.
So with the fridge,
I mean,
with the individual, I see, and I this is where I don't have any business experience. So what, like, is it the individual that has the lease agreement for the space, or is it the corporate office that signs that lease agreement?
well, Kay here says they didn't need paperwork because the lease still had BAM listed, not the Gormans like it should have. Well, that's
Oh,
interesting.
wow. This was sounds like everything was
Which leads to my one theory of how they conduct business. But okay. And just because
was that
something
purposefully neglected?
bad.
This is me asking questions, not making accusations, Bam.
I mean, just because you can write whatever you want in a contract, it doesn't make it legal. Like if you happen to be doing illegal shit based on what was in the contract, that it doesn't, it's still illegal. You're not just because you're like, oh, I'm going to do all this, but I sign a contract and it's illegal free pass. Like, no. So if anybody tries to get you to sign an NDA over illegal bullshit, all right, and they go and do illegal bullshit, you don't have to worry about your fucking NDA. All right. It does not cover illegal activities at all. But if the lease is in BAM, then I can kind of see how they can kick her out, supposedly. But all right. And they did it to the other store. I mean, they have done this to other stores.
This is so crazy.
It's wild. Let's see. Expecting only respecting the foregoing unpaid lease, BAM did so as a bona fide purchaser without notice of any third-party claims or liens of any kind, including Crystal and Ben's undisclosed and alleged November 22nd, 23 consignment agreement with Brian referenced in FRA. But no, she did tell them that in the fucking Ring video about it. So they didn't just not know that literally corporate was on the phone. That's Kai telling Brandon, telling Crystal that they will be absorbing all of that. Because she says, I have this consignor. I need the tickets to make sure he gets paid, blah, 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 blah. And they said, too fucking bad. They didn't say that. I put those words in their mouth. We're taking over. We take responsibility of all that. Don't fucking worry about it. Get the fuck out. Basically, is how that went down. So, prior to and at the time of repossession, BAM's representative, Brandon, conducted an informal and video inventory of the Salem LLC fixtures and inventory. While he did not locate or identify any product that was identified as consigned or not owned by Salem LLC, he concluded that the maximum value of any residual inventory was less than $38,000. Less than $5,000 worth of Star Wars Lego product could be located and identified in the entire residual Salem LLC on-site inventory. I mean, maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but Brandon should not have been the one doing this. Like we can't rely on them for that. They have a reason. So, okay. And she also, if I remember right, on the Ring, doesn't she also tell him, Brandon, I don't know if corporate's still on the phone, but I feel like she says something about Brian's stuff. She needs the receipts, money, all of that. And that in the closet, in the back or safe or whatever, a bunch of his stuff is in there. If I remember right too. Layaway excluded. I mean, here's the thing. They're going to undervalue it. Of course they're going to. Of course. So, they still didn't give him the 38,000 though. Oh, to Brian. right? And it's just, I don't know. Maybe this is all legal, but I don't like it. All right. I don't like it one bit. It seems shady and not right and not business and good faith. All right. Even if it's legal, doesn't make it right. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. I don't really like what I'm reading here. Incident there too. BAM requested access to and that copies of all relevant business records provided by Salem LLC, which Crystal and or Benjamin refused to provide, including inventory reports, agreements, financial statements, etc. Okay. Next section, undisclosed and unauthorized, November 22nd, 2023 consignment agreement. Okay. Let's see what they say about this because this is, oh, she did give them the safe code. Okay. So I remember some things. That's true. Legal does not always mean ethical. That is very, very true. A lot of people, it's very hard, right? To not put ethics into it, but that just is how it is. Upon information and belief during her tenure as a franchisee and on or about November 22nd, 2023, Crystal entered into an undisclosed and unauthorized private consignment arrangement with Brian or his aging father, Eric, allegedly relating to an inventory of alleged Lego collectible sets. A purported but unsigned written November 22nd, 2023 consignment agreement is attached as Exhibit A, which is between Brian Mansell and Bricks Minifigs Salem Kaiser of address. Plaintiffs do not have a copy of a signed version, though Brian has alleged it was signed by Crystal and Brian. At that time and until the present, Bricks was not and has never been a known or legally registered entity. And in any event, Bricks is not Salem LLC, leaving Crystal personally liable for the terms of November 22nd, 2023 consignment agreement. This is going to be argued a lot in court, but okay. Bigfoot stole the Legos. I knew it. I knew it. But I don't see how this all falls on Crystal regardless, but okay. Importantly, in the purported consignment agreement, Section 5, Crystal agreed and warranted that she, quote, had purchased insurance sufficient to cover the loss or damage of the Star Wars Legos and agreed to store the Star Wars Legos in a manner customary in the industry to prevent damage, acknowledging she shall be responsible for all shortages, loss, or damage to the Star Wars Legos while in her control. That's what you just said, though. While in her control. What about the year and a half after you took over the store when it wasn't in her control? Okay. Okay. Regarding the arrangement and storage, Brian has described the arrangement as follows. When Eric Mansell decided it was time to divest, he turned to his son, Brian Mansell. Brian knows more about his father's comic book and baseball card collection, but didn't feel confident in his knowledge of the Lego secondary market. He saw the sign for the Bricks and Minifigs store while passing by on North River Road, came in and asked the store owner, Crystal Law, if she could help. Crystal told him even if we couldn't sell the collection, I would help him figure out how much it was worth because I didn't want him to get ripped off. And I think that's why he trusted me, end quote. Law said, the entire collection will be sold through Law's store, but first they wanted to put it all on display so the public can see it in its entirety. I mean, this is a huge deal. The collection will be on display in the store's party room from 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. on Saturday, November 11th, and 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday. The collection will be available for sale immediately, so the best time for pictures will be Saturday morning. The collection will not be stored on site after hours for security reasons. And after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere. Bricks and Minifigs is located. Oh, well, that's fine. That's the business. Everybody knows where it is. Sorry, I did my best to redact things. But that is it. Was this a social media post, I'm assuming? Oh, no, wait. Here's the informal. See informal transcript. But that was also them saying that a good year before BAM took over. So, okay. See informal transcript of April 16th, 25, Collecting Weekly YouTube video entitled Help a Fellow Collector, Bricks and Minifigs Kaiser on Your Bumper. At minute 44:45, which is referenced but not shown by Reckless Ben in his May 21st, 26 YouTube video, defined below as included in publications, and posted on Facebook by Crystal at Salem LLC. Notably, Crystal confirmed that the collection was not to be stored at the Salem LLC store. I mean, yeah, I probably wouldn't store it there either, to be quite frank, with as many as there was. Does this say her personally or the store of what? Storing it? It says the collection will not be stored on site, but stored elsewhere. So, right, Nekla? I don't know. I don't know. Man Blossom. I like your name. Would suck to be a BAM franchise. It sounds like this company just eats its franchises to make money. Any franchises remaining should be seeking legal counsel to get out of that contract ASAP. I mean, allegedly, that's what it seems like they do. And allegedly, that might be something people might want to do. Speculation, but I agree with you, Man Blossom. I agree. This is not well, and I do feel bad for a lot of the owners of these franchises, right? Franchises, right? The franchisees, the non-BAM corporate people, because they put in life savings into this. And I don't think they really expected all of this to be happening. And, if BAM is this fucking losing their shit over a little Lego collection, I can only imagine what the franchises, how they are with them and the things that they are saying to them. Like I would 100% be hitting up a lawyer. But that's if I owned one, which I do not. Therefore, that is just what I would personally do if it was myself. I would be in contact with one fucking immediately is what I would be doing. So, Bubba. Oh, hello, all new people with your amazing names. You also said it was a Facebook post. Okay, that was a Facebook post they quoted. Awesome. Crystal admitted she stored it in her home until she got the locked storage safe for the store. Okay, I mean, that makes sense to me. But they also failed to mention the upgraded security Crystal put in, like ring cameras, safes, and locking cabinets. Yeah, okay. I mean, makes sense. Preston says they use the good faith of Lego community of not hiring lawyers to review the contracts. Yeah. Yeah. I think it is of my opinion that BAM thought that putting the idea of attaching themselves to Lego, like Lego is such a company that has a positive face to the public. So therefore attaching themselves with it makes them good too, right? Right? Just my opinion is all. Corporate cannibalism, llama. That's what this says. Corporate I love that. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Crystal did find 230 minifigs and a bunch of sets in her home. Per police reports, Brian claimed she returned those items on 1/9/2025. Oh, I'll have to look into that more. Yeah, the only thing I'm having a really hard time getting is stuff that was talked about or posted on social media, because I don't have social media. So that's one avenue of the story I haven't collected much on, which if you have, then please go ahead and email them to me so I can add them to my list, because it's very important, right? What they say on social media it is being used in court. So trying to find the old ones that are probably taken down would be very helpful. Can you post reckless bends, give and go? Yeah, I absolutely can. I don't know if we include it in the gifts. If we put it in the description or not. There's like a bunch of them. But this is for Ben's legal defense. And he's going to need it, y'all. All right, he's going to need it. I'm going to put this here real quick. Put the link in the chat. I will make sure it's on this video after we're done. Real quick, let me pop over here so people have a visual of it. There is a legal defense fund for reckless Ben on Gibson Go. The goal is $200,000, which is a very high goal, but also a very low goal. A very low goal. So far, they've raised $47,000. Guaranteed that'll be gone in 2 months. So if you can, donate to this cause. Again, if you want him to fight this corporation, he will need money. Lawyers don't do shit for free. I know some people are like, oh, pro bono. No. All right. Not something like this. This is going to require a multitude of lawyers. It is going to be very expensive for Ben. That's the problem with civil court. I have many opinions about civil court, and that's that it's a rich man's game. It's not meant for little people like us to play ball in. And so he is going to need money. Maybe I'll do another 12-hour fundraiser here soon for Ben. So please, yeah, if you can bookmark it, I'm going to bookmark it actually. So I can check up on it. Yeah, he's going to need a fuck ton more than that. You did an audit. Oh, Bubba says he did an audit of Exhibit B, which is the inventory list, which is being used by most Lego YouTubers and is being passed around LawTube. We got a hold of M&R's photos of his purchase from Brian. Oh, could you send that did you do something different, or you just like compared it? If you got something, send it my way, Bubba, if you don't mind. That is true. He did not sue and win this claims. Sheldon and his friends need assistance. Yeah, I will put all the different funds needed to be raised for this case, because there's a lot of different ones and they all matter. So Ben has a GoFundMe. Brian has a GoFundMe. Does Ben? I don't think Ben does. He set the one up for Brian. Brian Mansell has one. They raised over $500,000 for Brian, which is incredible. Incredible crowdfunding for that. But Ben's going to need the same amount, if not more, by the time this is all said and done. Where was I? Okay, back to this. So notably, okay. Upon information and belief, Brian and or Crystal initially valued the alleged consignment collection in the range of $80,000, which was later reduced by its cost value of $30,000 or less to $60,000. As noted above, my dogs need to go outside. Hold on just a minute. Let me let them out. I'll come read your comment in just a second, Seven. Let me go let my dogs outside. One is old. She's an old lady, so when she needs to go out, she needs to go out. Though sometimes she doesn't.
I'm back. Do you want me to keep reading?
Oh, yes, please. Oh, look, my Amazon stuff's here. Do you know what's in there?
As noted above, the proposed consignment arrangement, which was not expressly approved by BAM, is not permitted under BAM franchise standards. And this private arrangement was entered into solely by Brian and Crystal in an unauthorized capacity, and not on behalf of BAM or Baker Salem, which had no knowledge of or involvement regarding such. Upon information and belief, Crystal or Salem LLC sold part of the consigned inventory and paid Brian for such. Salem LLC or Crystal had ample time to sell the consigned inventory during the approximately 1 year period prior to Crystal's abandonment of the store, and did so. Such sales activities have never been reported to or accounted for with BAM. Crystal failed and refused to pay Brian monies that may have been due to him under the consignment agreement.
But she didn't have all the receipts, right? Because he didn't let her take everything out of the store.
Well, that's what
right?
I understood from the video. She
Mhm.
asked about them before she left. And they said that they would take it all over. So it sounds
Yeah.
like she left with nothing.
That was how I
But
interpreted it.
I guess I have questions about what happened before the takeover versus after. And I think that's what's going to get litigated in court, right? Like,
Yeah.
BAM's going to say a lot of this happened before they took over. And Crystal's going to say none of that happened before they took over.
Exactly. Sorry, my dogs
And
are
it's
still
going to
outside.
have to be like split down the middle on that, or they're going to have to try to figure out when things happened.
Thank you for the super chat, 7 with AJ.
Yes, thank you
Important to
so
note
much.
that Ben sued L2 Bricks LLC, a company that closed
That's
before the consignment. All the cases were dismissed. He did not sue anyone. Yeah, no, he definitely did not.
Misstated that.
Definitely misstated that. And you know, listen, I'm a Ben supporter or whatever. But some things he just is wrong about. And that was one of those. But A for effort. All right. A for effort for trying. He just didn't quite do it right. So
He gets a gold star for trying.
he did. By the way, I'm drinking
I don't
this
think he
yellow
just.
Red Bull.
It's
But I
not
did
as
put
good
the
as
Alani's in the fridge. I put them in the fridge for tomorrow. I also my new lip gloss got here, which
What
I'm
a
very
fail.
excited about.
What'd you get?
I got Revolution Pout Bomb.
Nice.
Yeah. I enjoy it. So I've been out for a very long time. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to buy me some Alani's. I'm going to buy myself some of the makeup that I like. Because I've been too lazy to buy it at the store. Okay. So, but yes, thank you, 7, which AJ, for bringing that to our attention. Brick by brick. Yes, I agree. Can you please take a look on the BAM? Oh, take a look on the BAM TSO. Yes, we are going through all of this before next Tuesday. Now, the TRO is also part of the case that we're covering right now. So this BAM versus Ben, Brian, and everybody is also the TRO case. It's one and the same. So anyway, all right, where were we? I assume I needed to scroll down. Yes, Buff? Okay.
Yeah, I got to the end.
All right. So Crystal failed and refused to pay Brian monies that may have been due to him under the consignment agreement. As noted, on or about November 8th, 2024, Crystal informed BAM corporate leadership that her partner had accepted employment overseas and that she intended to close the store, and she thereafter abandoned the store in connection therewith. I don't think she abandoned it at all.
But
She was
that's
saying
what
she was
BAM
thinking
is
about it.
claiming.
Well, they also just said she was thinking about it.
But they're also saying they took it over because she's $175,000 behind. So did she abandon it, or did they take it over because she didn't pay her bills?
Right? Which one is it? Why do you have so many different stories right in this own filing here? It doesn't even make any sense.
I have so many questions.
Oh, that's nice. There was a go send go for Ben. Yeah, we just posted the link. Oh, I meant to pin that.
I pinned it.
Did you think it's pinned in the chat? And we will make sure that all of their fundraising sites are in the description of this video too. So, all right. Nice. Oh, yeah. Anyway, sorry. Let's see. BAM advised her that a closure was not permitted under the FA, the financial or franchise agreement, including due to her unpaid royalties, defaulted asset purchase payments, and outstanding contractual obligations. So, okay. BAM thereafter notified Crystal that it would repossess the store pursuant to BAM's preserved rights regarding such under the franchise agreement. So, November 8th, there's my dog again. November 8th, she's like, we're probably going to leave. And then within a few days, they're there to take over. It's pretty
Yeah, see,
fast.
and that just seems so weird to me.
That is pretty fast.
But that's
Very
what I
fast.
guess that's why my question was, did they take it over because she was behind or that she was going to leave, or was it a combination of both things?
Right.
I'm unclear. I hope they
Well,
clear this up.
I think the fact that, and it may exist, I don't know. So if it does, I could be wrong. But what I think is interesting is that if that was the case, right? She's behind all this stuff, $175 fucking $1,000, right? And everything they're saying is true. I have yet to see any suit they filed against Crystal or Ben to retrieve that money, which if they have all the evidence of that, that's an easy to win case to get a judgment put on them to where they have to pay you that money. Why would you
Well,
not?
that's why when they made the claim earlier, I was like, there's no exhibit or a link that shows that. Like, I feel like if I'm making a claim and I'm not a lawyer, why would you not attach that saying, look, this is where she owes us the money and this is what, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
I don't know. I guess I just feel like I know nothing and I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions too. Because why would a corporation not try to retrieve the alleged money they're owed and let it go for almost 2 years? I mean, they, as far as I'm aware, Crystal and Benjamin have filed a suit against BAM, but BAM has not done the same at all. And that's very weird behavior from a corporate entity, I would think. So, what do you think the likelihood is that BAM could end up with the $500K raise for Brian on GoFundMe? Has that happened before? I don't think so. I don't think they're entitled to that at all. They're entitled to possibly making Brian, pay them some money if they got a judgment for it, but I don't think they can just take something like that. I don't think so, but I don't know. It's a good question. Justice for Tattle, where is the bird? Where is the bird? Review last relic story is on our list for sure. You guys are so amazing in giving us things that we need to look into and cover. We really appreciate it, by the way. I know we're little new little noobs to this case, and we really do like it when chat in the comments let us know like what all we need to look into and where and all of that. So I'm sure some of you are probably yelling at the TV like the answers come here, here, and here. And we're like, okay, but we're just on the complaint.
We're new and we're learning as we go. We like really start peel things back for ourselves.
But no.
Sometimes we need a little direction.
I love it. I love, like they're like, oh, this is, here's what's going on there. It's super informative. I love when our chats are so helpful like that. So, and not being like, hey, you fucking idiots.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we are kind of new. We're just new and we're just trying to learn and understand this ourselves.
What? He said Ammon said Tattle was taken to a no-kill shelter. Prove
why though?
Just foreshadowing. I love it. Oh man, I wish I could talk about this every day, but I can't for like another.
Did they send a certified letter letting them know that they had their bird and they need to retrieve it within a certain amount of time before it was going to be?
Oh, I bet, you know what? I bet it's their property then, so they can, right?
No.
But then, just kidding.
Animal, not a toy.
Well, now, BAM thereafter notified Crystal that it would repossess the store pursuant to BAM's preserved rights regarding such under the franchisee agreement. When BAM representatives arrived for the scheduled turnover on or after 11/14/2024, Crystal became uncooperative and interfered with the agreed smooth transition and refused to provide records and removed certain receipts, a high value Boba Fett minifig, and possibly safe in the money or money in the safe over Brandon's objection. Wouldn't that be like her money though? Like, I'm just saying, wouldn't that be hers? And she
I
tried to
feel
get some
like that
receipts, and
guy
Brandon
would
was like,
not have
no,
let her. That guy didn't sound like he was letting her take anything out of that store.
no,
So I
not
have
at
questions
all.
about that.
I agree. I agree. Well, tell us all of the things, Austin. We are literally at start. This is our second episode covering this, so we're at the little beginning babies to all of the things. We're doing our best. Doing our best. All right. So over Brandon's objection and ultimately was escorted out of the store. The store was empty, looked unpresentable, and had been ransacked. As noted, BAM issued its November 14th, 24 notice of immediate termination and assumed possession of the premises and all assets located within the store as part of lawful recovery actions. So, you have assumed those, but they weren't yours to have, though. So, now, how often, chat? Brandon is sus. Brandon is very sus. How often? How many stories are there out there? Again, we don't know if they're true or not. They're all alleged. Where other stores have been doing consignments and such. Like, is this actually like a really normal thing? Because I think it probably is based on the kind of store it is, right? I'm just wondering if like hers was just this rare place that did that, but I don't think so. I feel like it was a pretty well-known practice amongst the stores. So, now Brandon was engaged as a contracted inventory inspector for BAM and was requested to inspect and inventory the Salem store at the time of repossession. So, contracted inventory inspector who already worked for BAM. So, I don't understand how that's a thing, but okay. And then he goes to own it. Not smart. After Brandon secured the location incident to the termination and completed the inventory, Josh expressed to BAM his interest in acquiring a franchise for the store location. Well, what are the odds? What are the odds of that? Hey, we just shut down this place. I found all this stuff. I want to take it over. Like, what? Okay. Josh later inquired if Brandon would be interested in participating in such an acquisition, and they agreed to jointly do so and formed Baker Salem, believing they could purchase the assets free and clear, assume the lease from BAM, and infuse new inventory into the rundown location and make it successful after Crystal had run it into the ground. The shade they keep throwing at her. What? Okay. Wow.
I mean, you could see that bus coming from a mile away, though. You knew they
Oh,
were
yeah,
going to
that's
throw
true.
her under the bus.
That's true. Wow.
They
BAM's
have been
bona
throwing.
fide. Go
The
ahead.
crazy thing is, we're still only on this is page 11 and or 12, and we're only on the background. We haven't even gotten into why we're suing Ben. It's crazy.
Right?
They're putting so much background in this.
Okay. Interesting. He's a corporate employee and a franchise owner. In the 2026 Title 19 info disclosure, his corporate employment is not included with his info as a franchise order, which is, I mean, that just sounds like it's Not a good idea. It didn't look run down when the repo man came in, right? I didn't think so. I mean, it looks like they moved stuff out, but it didn't look like shit. It could have looked way worse, is all I'm saying, if they really wanted to fuck over corporate and were angry about it. But she seemed like she was still getting things to trying to get things together and cooperate and all of that. But they're like, nope, you're out.
I mean, we didn't get to see the entire visual of the store on the Bring video, but
that is true.
I didn't
Now-
agree that it was run down. It looked like a consign. I mean, it looked like a boutique store.
Yeah. Now Bam's bone, and if it was so ran down, why would you want to take it over then?
Because they can do better.
Okay. All right. So Bam's bona fide repossession and acquisition of secured assets and lease. All right. Let's see what they have to say about this. Following its lawful termination for cause and repossession, Bam acquired the store's assets as a bona fide purchaser for value without actual or constructive notice of any actual third-party right, claim, or lien, and given Salem LLC and Crystal's breaches, including the undisclosed private consignment arrangement without notice to or the consent of Bam. But she told them, we watched it happen. I feel like they're gaslighting us. Well, they're trying to with the judge. They're like, this judge knows nothing, which they don't at this point in the suit. Now, as Crystal, Benjamin, and or Salem's LLC purported an undisclosed consignment arrangement with Brian was entered into in an unauthorized capacity and was never disclosed to or approved by Bam, Bam took possession free of any claims or liens. You could have just given them their fucking stuff back. Oh, they took Brian's stuff to the back, and so that's why the shelves were empty. I mean, I assumed a lot of it was already put in the back, right? Because you don't know how long it's going to be closed down for. You don't want people to see through the windows of things. I mean, that makes sense to me that they moved everything back there. So, okay.
When was this lawsuit filed? What was the date?
This
Just
is
out of curiosity.
May 27th of this year.
Okay. So do we have like 30 days to respond usually, or?
I have not seen a response yet. I mean,
know,
there are some
but how
things
long
that
would it-
BAM files, but I think they're
No. I meant like a response from Reckless.
from the
Bank.
other side. I think they're concerned about the TRO first, because so BAM's side does file another document, which we won't get to today, but we will before court next Tuesday for sure, where then they ask for a TRO against him. So I think
Right.
his lawyers, Ben's lawyers, are focusing on that first. They're trying to silence him and take away his right to talk about things, and then they'll deal with this complaint.
Okay. I just didn't know if
I don't know that to be
like,
true, but
how long you usually get to respond to a motion. Usually it's like so many days.
yeah.
Or you know.
I don't know. And Ben just got an attorney. Thank fucking God. All
He
right.
needed one.
He needed one from the beginning. Especially for the criminal part. You guys, when the cops go to talk to you, say, I want a lawyer, and say nothing else. Oh, those sweet summer children.
I mean, I think he kind of knew he needed one, but thought he could, like everybody, think they could tell,
Mhm.
you know, talk their way out of it or explain the situation. Usually they're just looking for something to nail you with.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Man Boston says, look, guys, when you're doing shady stuff, you have to be kind of murky with your statements. My favorite is Josh Johnson saying, I was furious. I am not a reliable witness. Shut up. I love that.
Is that a direct quote?
Probably. These people, I mean, because it's not like Ben is the only person talking about this. Ammon has given interviews. Matt gave an interview. Like, people are, all parties keep fucking saying stuff in the public, which I love for
I haven't
us.
seen those. I know they happened, or I've heard they've happened, but I haven't
So
watched
bad.
any.
so bad for them. Like, just stop talking. But they can't, which is fine. Ben, we love you, but shh.
I mean, I could listen to Ben talk all day, but also be quiet.
I know, right? For your own good, but again. All right. So, in or about the first quarter of 2025, Josh and Brandon agreed to clean up, manage, and operate the BAM repossessed store in Salem, which was subsequently sold and transferred along with the store's assets to Baker Salem, owned by Josh and Brandon. These parties did so without actual knowledge of Brian's purported consignment claim and any such claim to the extent it existed, which was subordinate to BAM's security interest and the sole responsibility of Crystal Benjamin and or Salem LLC. So they're saying that Brian never brought it up to the new owners, to corporate about his shit. That's not true. They did know. She literally told him that day, and I believe that Brian was trying to get stuff back for months. This was not they didn't have any knowledge about Brian's claim. Bullshit.
Well, they had to have because they talk about it later.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Make up your minds, Bam. Make up your minds. Wow. Baker Salem's bona fide acquisition of assets from BAM. Okay. In the first quarter of 2025, BAM completed the sale to Baker Salem, Josh and Brandon, who became new franchisees, and in connection therewith, they, through and in the DBA of Baker Bricks LLC, entered into a January 9th, 2025 franchise agreement with BAM. On March 27th, 2025, BAM finalized a business and asset purchase agreement with Baker. Baker did not at any time acquire, take over, or assume any obligations of Crystal or Salem LLC. Okay, but I don't know about that, but okay. These bona fide third-party purchasers were not involved in the prior private dispute between Crystal and Brian, and except as noted regarding the inspection by Brandon, they acquired the business from BAM pursuant to an arm's length and legitimate corporate sale and transfer, and began operating as an independent authorizer franchisee of BAM. Brandon heard it with his own ears, like the very night. I don't understand how they can sit there and say, well, they didn't know. They didn't know anything about it. They were literally told that. I mean, now, if Brandon had never been in the store the night of the repossession, right? Okay. You didn't know probably, right? Like I could kind of see how maybe that argument worked, but he was fucking there. All right. We all saw him on video talking to having corporate on the phone. And I'm sure that Brian didn't just be like, well, I guess my Legos are gone now. No. In Reckless Ben's video, Brian says he tried to take them to court. So how are you going to sit there and pretend that you just didn't know shit about shit? It's wild when they're on camera. Missing tax money from Mansell's collection. I don't know what that means, but we'll find out eventually. So, oops, I almost deleted your comment, Rachel. Sorry if I did. Yes, Josh Johnson said it over the police report. Such an idiot. These people are so fucking dumb. So yeah. So Dream Signal says some of the sets were on layaway, also permitted in Oregon. Those payments have to be repaid in full if the agreement is unfulfilled, and installments cannot go to the accounts payable. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about the layaway. People, did any of them get their money back? Has that been talked about? I must know. Oh, MLS, yeah. I am very familiar with his channel. I have not watched any of his coverage on this because I have like very little time. But I have watched him quite a few times over the last several years. He's a pretty nice dude. is that a contradiction to what it just said a few? Yes. Everything is a contradiction here. They don't know. They're like, we'll say all the things and figure out which one we want later. Like, okay. All right. Brian demands return of allegedly co-signed Lego product without evidence. Okay. When did he talk to Brandon about this? Because you just said Brandon had no idea. So within 24 to 48 hours following Crystal's termination in late November 2024, Brian called the store and asked for Crystal. Brandon answered, and explained Crystal and Salem LLC had abandoned the store and were no longer involved. Brian claimed he had a consignment arrangement of some sort with Crystal and Salem LLC and stated she had not paid him monies that were due from sales. Josh and Brandon were skeptical, and Brandon explained the need for evidence of any ownership claim he may have. Fair. All right. You're just taking over. Anybody could be calling and saying that, right? So, okay. But literally just said in the paragraph above that they had no idea about anything about Brian and his whole deal. So, okay. Great.
They don't know what direction they want to take this in at all. They want to say they don't know, but then they're going to say that, we did all these things.
Wow. Thank you, Lady in Gray, for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Congrats to all of the new members. I appreciate it. We have lots of member-only content. Wow. Okay. Brian was trespassed from the store. That's true. He did mention that in Ben's video, but Brandon and Josh didn't know anything about that. That's literally what they just said. Brian showed up later that day and began yelling at personnel and holding up purported consignment paperwork, demanding the immediate return thereof or payment of $80,000. Josh interceded and asked to review it and briefly did so and pointed out that neither Bam nor Josh and Brandon were a party to this purported arrangement. As he claimed he had a purported inventory list, Brandon and Josh invited him to review the limited number of Lego sets on display, which were in Bam's corporate-owned store at the time. So he showed them some of them. When Brian could not identify any Lego sets on his purported list, he accused Josh of lying and was told to leave. And he left in anger. I mean,
well, duh.
Yeah. That's when they told Brian, we'll take this to court and drag it out.
I don't think that's unreasonable to be mad. Or are they trying to make him look bad because he was angry? I think a reasonable human would be angry.
Yeah, exactly. Man, it's going to cost a fuck ton of money for everybody, but boy, do I want to see this go to trial, because you know what Utah does? They stream trials, and they stream civil trials. This will most certainly be streamed. Oh my God, do I want to see it? And I can't imagine. Ooh, I'll tell you what, the jury, it's going to be hard. It's going to be so hard to sit for that jury and the battle they got to do with the jury themselves. It's not. Ooh, do I want to see it? Fucking yes, I do. So let's raise a whole bunch of money for Ben. Link in the comments, because if you want to see this go all the way, Ben is going to need some monies. They're all going to need monies, but ooh, it would be amazing. It'll be on WebEx,
explaining all
covered
this to a jury
by ABC. Oh, by the time it gets to trial, I wonder if Long Crimes probably already also asked to stream. But do we know, since I have you guys here anyway, do we know if it is going to be streamed live for content creators to share, or is it going to be streamed but released at a later time? Because that does happen too sometimes. So, I'm so excited about it. I appreciate this, Utah, but I wonder if they're going to try to not. Well, no, they already got approved. So never mind. Don't put that into the universe. Llama, just shut your mouth. All right. Anyway, so he accused Josh of lying, and Brian left in anger. Brian's purported inventory list, which he later provided Josh and Brandon in or after May 2025, was problematic in that it was not complete and did not have value data for every listed item. Okay. Brandon briefly investigated whether any consignment product might exist in boxes in the back or elsewhere in the store and concluded none existed, you guys. None. What are the odds? What are the odds? As confirmed by 2 staff personnel who had previously worked for Crystal. Brian returned later that evening after closing with the police and accused Josh and Brandon of theft, which they denied. So Brian goes and gets the cops, as one does. Josh and Brandon informed the police that BAM had recently repossessed the store and that they were unaware of and not parties to any consignment agreement and did not knowingly possess any of his alleged property. But how could you even have said that when you said you don't know? Hi, Jen. Happy to see you here.
They make
I'm
a lot of statements in here that don't really make sense based on other statements they've already made.
Yes. Yes. Oh, I hope this case goes to trial too. It's going to be so great. It's going to be so great. I wouldn't be surprised if in a few months we have some feds knocking on the door, to be quite honest with you. But they take their sweet time, so don't get your hopes up from hearing anything from them. Oh, thank you for the super chat stream signal. Signal? No. Sigils. There we go. There's the right. Briefly investigated. Now, this would also, remember, this would be Oregon police. So, not Utah, where it seems like Josh and Brandon know every single fucking cop in Utah. All right. So so Brian returned with the cops. They were unaware of any of this. When Brian became belligerent, he was escorted off the premises by the police officer who concluded that this was a private civil matter and Brian had insufficient evidence of ownership. Now, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Do they have ring camera of him being belligerent? Define belligerent.
Exactly. Trying to make it seem like he's the bad guy in that situation. I don't know. I haven't seen it. So thereafter, and for a period of months, Brian directly and indirectly harassed Josh and Brandon and the personnel at Baker Salem, made threats of physical injury to their employees, including an in-person death threat to the store manager.
Okay, so you have documented all of that, right?
Right. Why haven't you filed for an injunction against harassment against Brian? Where's
Right.
that? You guys know how that all works because you've filed one before.
Physical injury and you didn't do anything out the gate.
Right out the gate.
Okay.
He lodged police complaints, posted negative reviews, and incited others to negatively post online comments. God, there's so much like Laura. Online comments, contacted a podcast, which later,
a podcast.
not the podcasters, they're so weird on the internet. The internet's so mean. Which later led to reckless Ben's involvement, etc. How dare he? What an asshole. What an asshole that Brian guy is. Just kidding. No. Also, you saw him in the documentary. He doesn't look like a guy you're really going to be afraid of. I mean, he wears a cardigan. Like, come on.
I know, right?
I've never seen a guy wearing a cardigan threatening to, like, kick somebody's ass or something. Ever.
Mr. Rogers flipping a table.
Yeah. I'm not judging his cardigan. I thought his cardigan. I liked it a lot.
Oh, I'm not judging it either. It just doesn't really work in my brain.
No. Like that nerd? Okay. You know, and I mean nerd with love because me too. Now, Josh and Brandon reported these incidents to the police, who cautioned care, but did not charge Brian for unknown reasons. They didn't charge him
But
because he
there
wasn't
are
doing
police
anything.
reports.
I
But is there
guess.
police reports?
I guess there is. I guess there is. If you have these police reports, please email them to me. Save us some time from filing FOIAs. We will. But oh, that's interesting. Well, they didn't charge Brian for unknown reasons. It's because he wasn't doing anything illegal. And apparently they don't get paid off like the Utah cops allegedly do.
For unknown reasons? I mean, I feel like if you have proof that he like physically like threatened employee, I don't know. I have
Exactly, Blue Vegas. They didn't charge him because it didn't happen that way.
that's what I'm thinking.
Exactly. I see federal crime. Oh, yeah, I feel like there is. Podcasters are horrible. They're the worst. The worst. I'm just kidding. Oh, thank you. Thank you to everybody that's found us, new people joining our channel. If you haven't, please subscribe, hit the notification bell. We cover all sorts of things really in depth around here. And we're little new babies to all of this. So I don't know about you, but I do enjoy knowing something right and watching other people discover it for the first time. Love it. It's one of my favorite things, especially shows. So if you like that, well, then you're definitely going to like us. So he was trespassed. Well, that's nothing. I mean, that's not
I
a big deal.
mean,
But also, why this is all happening in Oregon? Why not file an injunction against harassment or something? Just saying.
well, it's the physical threat for me. I mean, like, are they scared for their? I have questions. I have
Mhm.
questions.
Yeah. Okay. Now, upon information and belief, Brian attempted to obtain payment from Salem LLC, Crystal and Benjamin, but such were unsuccessful, as Crystal claimed she had no money to pay him for sales of any allegedly consigned product. Many months later, in the fall of 2025, that's a whole fucking year, but okay. And only after Baker Salem had entered its March 27th, 25th business and asset purchase agreement, Brandon gained access to Salem LLC's archived and incomplete POS accounting system, which he discovered identified Star Wars lot sets from Star Wars regular lots inventory sales. Okay. This inventory sale distinction was unclear to Brandon and Josh, and Crystal had never explained the significance, if any, to anyone but Brandon. Much later in 2026, discovered that approximately 367 purchases of lot sets for an estimated retail value of $46,000 and 336 purchases of lots for an estimated retail value of $12,600 had occurred after 2023. I'm trying to do math here. They're saying that was all sold? That's a lot, but okay.
I think it's saying that she purchased. It's just saying that she made that purchase, or
No,
those
I
were
don't.
purchases made from the store.
I think those were purchases made from the store. So I don't know. Ryan's harassment was phone calls. The horror. The horror. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh, so this is 61K of Star Wars sales already. Okay. Previously. Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much for keeping us on the right track, guys. All right, so that occurred after 2023. He still could not, however, confirm the specific products sold and whether they had been consigned or not. Okay. A copy of this informal audit and recent discovery, including the purported inventory list provided by Brian in or after May of 2025, is attached as Exhibit B. Upon information and belief, as illustrated in Exhibit B, Josh and or Brandon's informal audit and recent discovery show that Star Wars products similar to those same sets allegedly co-signed by Brian were virtually all sold prior to December 2024 by Crystal or Salem LLC, suggesting very few of the alleged co-signed products existed thereafter, as Crystal had sold virtually all of it. To the extent she effectuated such sales, it appears she may not have compensated Brian for such or provided him with any accounting giving rise to their private legal dispute. I don't know about this because I'm gonna scroll down too, so that way you can read. I
Well,
gotta use the bathroom.
she did say that she sold stuff and she
Mhm.
owed him money.
But he also, from my understanding of what Brian says, is he would go in like every month or so, collect money and whatever. So it seems like he had quite the communication with Crystal to know what was going on with his inventory, if you will, much more than they are leading the court to believe, I think. So, so are they saying he's lying about the value or that they never had the Lego? I think both is what they're doing.
Mhm.
So oof, this thing is all over the place on dates, right, John? Yeah, I think that's what they're because they're saying, oh, it was all sold at this point, but then they said they did have it. I don't know. They're just being they're literally just throwing everything up at the wall and says, well, we'll decide what's true or not later. So Bubba says virtually all except about 20 to 30,000 of inventory that Crystal has photo evidence of. Right, because there was still a lot left. If most of his collection took up the spots in the store, that had to have been at least that amount of money, I'm sure. But I guess we'll get to that. Do you mind giving us a quick read while I use the potty? It'll be from the top.
Okay. Upon information and belief, though they had no legitimate legal recourse or evidence upon which to file a claim, Crystal, Benjamin, and Brian conspired to inter alia, threaten, intimidate, extort, and defraud plaintiffs any way possible, as detailed herein, including the formation of an enterprise to engage in wrongful activities. As an initial step, Salem LLC caused a December 24th, 2024 legal demand letter to be sent to BAM, variously alleging it had been damaged based on the termination of its franchise agreement. I'm guessing that's what FAA is, which was a private business matter between Crystal and Salem LLC. On January 10th, 2025, BAM responded, denying the allegations and providing support for its termination. Neither Salem LLC nor Crystal or Benjamin thereafter pursued any claim in the letter further with BAM until January 2nd, 2026. Wait. Okay. When a separate legal demand letter was sent as discussed infra. Okay, so like a whole year. Instead upon information and belief, and in furtherance of such threats, Crystal, Benjamin, and or Brian learned of Schneider and communicated with him, whereby they provided information regarding their unsupported claims against Baker Salem and or BAM, ignoring and excluding Salem LLC and or Crystal's sole obligation regarding any private consignment agreement with Brian. In connection therewith, they, together with others, Does 1 through 15, conspired to intentionally, maliciously, fraudulently, and illegally threaten, extort, harass, profiteer, interfere with, and damage plaintiffs in furtherance of the enterprise, including based on unlawful activities described herein. Okay, so now we're going to get into it, huh?
I guess. I just, I don't know. I feel like they should be a little bit more organized with how they're saying the information. Because as virtual juror said before I had to leave real quick, they can't seem to tell the story in a chronological order that makes sense to me as
No.
a reader, but I'm also not a judge. So there's that.
I don't think there's a whole upon information and belief, which to me tells me that they don't really know either.
Mm-mm. So Dream says in the FDD, all marketing material must be authorized by corporate before launch. There was a huge announcement about the collection on the official website blog in 2023. So corporate knew of its existence then. If they put it on there, wouldn't that lead one to believe then that it was authorized by corporate if that's the case?
I believe that would be the implication or how I would
Mhm.
read it. If you're
Mhm.
marketing the stuff in my store, you sound like you're okay with what I got and what I did, unless you weren't privileged to all of the information about how I acquired such, which I don't know how you could be, but
Oh, Nick, that's interesting. Nick says, in their opinion, BAM saw the high sales, but only got 6% cut of the 35% consignment fee. That's what pissed BAM off and initiated them to go take over the store. Mhm. Could be. Could be. That's your opinion, Nick. Could be. That's a very interesting theory there. Um, wow. Okay. All right. So where were we? You did the whole sheet on this, right? All right. So now we're up to 61. All right. Upon information and belief, Ben and the Schneider Group acquired a direct or indirect financial interest in Brian, Crystal, Benjamin, and or Salem's LLC's unsupported claims against plaintiffs. How do they have a financial interest? Because they make videos? Okay. Whereby co-defendants with Brian, Crystal, Benjamin, and or Salem's LLC assistance and support organized and established the enterprise that would launch a campaign of deception, disinformation, and destruction intended to cause plaintiffs injury and damage, to extort a demand of over $200,000, to deceive and manipulate plaintiffs, to interfere with plaintiffs' economic and family relations, to harass plaintiffs, to cause private and public nuisances, to trespass, and to otherwise engage in a pattern of unlawful activities as described herein. Let me tell you what, though, that Cloud City one, that's worth a lot of money generally. If it was a Cloud City one that has that yellow sticker on it from Brian's consignment, that thing is going to be worth a hell of a lot more than $10,000 because of this. Um, I know that the values were put at a certain possibility, but prices rise and fall in these things. And I bet you that shit's worth a lot more money now
oh,
because of this
I'm sure it
scandal.
is. I'm sure it is.
Hmm. For sure. For sure. I would also think whoever did buy it from the consignment, if they didn't have it, where did it go? Who bought it? Where are they? To be like, nope, here, I bought it. Here's the yellow sticker.
I was about to say, how would nobody have come forward if they're in Lego at all, which I assume they are, if they're buying stuff from a consignment shop, store, that they would be like, oh, I got that from there. I think I have one of that dude's Legos. They sold it to me, but nobody's come forward yet that I
That's
know
true.
of, right? I feel like somebody would have reported on it.
Oh, 7 with AJ says, True Crime One Time, the Cloud City set was returned to Brian by Crystal after the store was closed. But he had 2. Did one get sold and one returned back to him? Or I thought he said he had 2 in the video, but maybe not. But okay, so he has one of them. Well, I bet you can sell that for a pretty price now, Brian. I wouldn't yet if I were you, but interesting. All right. Upon information and belief through the foregoing enterprise, Reckless Ben and the Schneider Group acquired not only a direct interest in the unsupported private claims, but also an indirect interest in compensation from paid online streaming platforms through which they could publish content they created and disseminated such profit. Well, yeah, that's how things work. Heaven forbid if people want to get paid for the work they fucking do. I guess they aren't like, some corporations who get paid for literally doing nothing, just having a name allegedly.
But Llama, they're gonna make money off their video.
How dare they? How dare they? It's like a company is making money off of Lego's name, but what do I know? Allegedly, my opinion, all that stuff.
But they're not allowed to do that.
Right? No, not them. One was still in the store. Oh, okay. Interesting. Brian sold them. Okay. Brian sold a large portion of his collection to M&R Bricks again after the store was closed. Okay. Well, this is all very interesting.
So
Very
many rabbit
interesting.
holes in this.
Right? So, for example, Ben earns compensation from online streaming platforms such as YouTube, Patreon, etc., through paid subscriptions and or by other revenue sharing agreements or compensation models. The horror! Upon information and belief, Ben and the Schneider Group have to date received substantial compensation as a result of the unlawful operations of the foregoing enterprise. I know his first video when we watched it was at like 6.5 million views. I don't know how much a channel earns for that many views because we've literally never gotten anywhere close to that. But I don't think that makes him a millionaire at this point at all. So, okay. Co-defendants engaged in multiple episodes of unlawful activities per the enterprise. Commencing after Baker Salem began operations as a new franchisee and continuing to date, Ben and the Schneider Group, with the support of Brian and Crystal, waged a malicious and intentional campaign of extortion and destruction through independent episodes of unlawful activities against plaintiffs. Such included periodic harassment, periodic, there we go. Sorry, words are very hard today for me. Periodic. Oh, God, Mama, come on, get it together. Harassment through phone calls, numerous disruptive store or office visits, repeated instances of trespass, deceptively stage events. Oh, there it is. The disingenuous coronation rally, raffle, storefront table promotion, a fictitious Lego club rally. They didn't call it a cult. That's surprising. Manufactured and frivolous complaints to police, private, and public nuisance, threatening phone calls, numerous deceptive live and telephonic impersonations, in-person and remote threats and via proxies, frivolous sham lawsuits, splitting claims and multiple ineffective small claims actions, etc., including the publications of defamatory and disparaging images and content, all in furtherance of this enterprise. So let's talk about this disingenuous coronation. What do they mean by that? Was that like she wasn't really the Lego queen? Is that what that means? I mean, she could be a Lego queen. Was it disingenuous? I don't know. I have a tiara over here on my desk. If I did like a little ceremony right now, is that, I mean, we're in America where coronations aren't even a fucking thing. What are they expecting? I don't, it's so dumb. I'm also really surprised they called it a Lego club instead of a cult. How dare they believe in the American way? How dare they? Oh, wow. Wow. Disingenuous coronation, the horror. How dare they not actually make that girl a real Lego queen? What? It's so stupid because also many of the things that they were deceptively staged events. I don't think they were super deceptive about it. I mean, for at least the video's perspective of what a jury is going to see, it was very clear that a lot of these things they just listed were done for entertainment or parody purposes, joke purposes, which again, I believe is kind of protected under the First Amendment. I mean, nobody fucking took that cult initiation brainwashing thing seriously. No reasonable person would, right? New crime unlocked. Hi, IB. You have to do a replay, IB. This is insane. So that's okay. Oh my gosh. Deceptive live and telephonic impersonations. What are these? Oh, I don't recall them doing that, but okay. Are they going to ask? Do you think for discovery they're going to ask Ben's team for all of their video footage? Because they probably will. Supposedly Denton's is the most expensive law firm ever, and they wrote that shit into an actual law. Shut up. What? Oh, if they are, first of all, if they are the most expensive law firm ever or very expensive, then you best start donating to Ben's GoFundMe, because what they're going to do is they're going to overwhelm the other side with as much paperwork as they possibly can to drum up the bill on the other side. That's literally what those groups always do. And, you know, 7 says that young girl lost her job and friends she worked with, and Ben continued to harass her after she begged him to leave her alone. And she was back in footage later, I thought. But, oh, well, it's stupid that she lost her friends for that. That's, I get a disingenuous carnation. Well, thank you. I don't know where my tiara is. It was right here. Upperfeet plays with all my props all the time. Doesn't even use them. He just fiddles with them and puts them in places that they don't belong. Oh. That happens. Well, that makes me sad though that she got like treated poorly, but I'm all for it. Lego Queen, you can come join our side. It's fine. I won't stop being your friend. All raw footage was asked for. Yeah, I figured as much. Oh, Buffy. Oh, that's a good point, Buff. Didn't she lose her job because they shut the store down, though? I imagine everyone eventually lost their job. Oh, that's a good question. Who sent us the other one? 7? What is your knowledge on like when was she let go from the store? I bet he wears that tiara with flair. He probably hid it because he loves it. Bubba says the notary of the sale was done by Ben to show he and his friends own the stolen sets from Brian's list. And 60 grand to retain. Well, that'll definitely be. Isn't there? They have like 3 lawyers on this. That's like literally 1 month of a bill for something like this with all those different lawyers. Interesting. Okay. So all of this bullshit that they said they did, which I mean, to some degree, yes, but what is a jury going to think about all of this? Now, in a YouTube video with the false and defamatory byline, I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego, posted on May 21st, 2026, with over 1.3 million views to date. When this was filed again on May 27th. So May 27th, 1.3 million views. When I watched this video, it was over 6.5, I believe, million views. In what?
Wonder what it's at
3
now.
weeks? I don't know. Let's see. Let's go see what his video is at now. And again, it's getting views because of Bam's bullshit with things. Side quest. It is at 6.2 million views. Okay, so it must have been 6 million when I saw it, not 6.5. My apologies. I was close. 6.2 million views. Oh boy. Oh boy. The store closed.
Is this not the Streisand effect, though?
and continued after her to get more footage after she asked to be left alone. It's on video. Well, that's not great. That is definitely not great.
Oh, I want to see this video.
The bunny ear headphones. Thank you. We do need one for Princess Buffy as well. Oof. Well, if they're not leaving her alone, they certainly should do that. Ben can go defend himself. No. And still gonna no, absolutely not. Don't ever go defending yourself in court. It's about the
I
dumbest thing
want
you can
those
do ever.
crystal headphones that BCG has.
I
Or
know.
BJC has. Yeah.
I wonder if somebody made those for her. But see, the only reason I would love crystal ones, but my hair, oh my gosh, would it get tangled in them every single day?
I don't
So,
care.
yeah,
Beauty is pain, llama.
I don't care that much about any of that. Oh, I stopped sharing. Oops, my bad. Hold on just a second, please. Technical difficulties. There we are. Okay, it's back.
We're professionals.
All right, yes. So May 21st, this video has 1.3 million views. 2 weeks now, almost exactly a month later, it now has 6.2 million. It's not good for you, Bam. Not good for you. The following representative images and content evidence aspects of the co-defendant's foregoing conspiracy and intention with Brian's glasses and Ben black t-shirt admitting we have to do something illegal. Well, yeah, I mean, it was not, I believe. I was like, oh, probably shouldn't have
I
said
mean,
that.
yeah, but he was saying we have to make it look like, I think his intention was to say, make it look like we're doing something illegal to get them to sue us because he thought, and it can be argued in court that he didn't do it right or wasn't well thought out or whatever. But I think it was just to appear, but he was trying to do it the right way. So it wasn't illegal because if you go back and rewatch that video, he's like, no, we didn't. We made this our tag and this our name. So he was trying to technically not do it illegal, but make them think it was illegal. I don't know.
I mean, it's also it's an entertainment video. I think if they play those videos for the jury, which they most likely will, though it may not be in full, it could be cut out certain parts. It depends what they argue in court. But a juror is going to see a lot of these things. It's just for entertainment purposes. Just because they see that doesn't mean that.
His attorney, I would demand that they watch the video in full.
Oh, 100%. 100%. But we know how that can go sometimes. It's a parody and protect. Exactly. That's why I'm like, what are they even? It's so obvious. No reasonable person would think that. Now, did they do some illegal things? Trespassing is illegal. And they certainly did do those things. But other things, yeah, are debatable. You know what it's not, though? It's not on the same level of what BAM Corporate is kind of allegedly doing. So
I just want to take a minute to appreciate the color photos.
Yes. No grave rubbings in this document, which we do appreciate because those are the worst. Oh my gosh. We have to do something illegal. All right. So upon information and belief, and despite no legal right to do so, co-defendants led by Ben and Brian conspired to engage in a pattern of staged and independent actions or events, inter alia, to harass, intimidate, interfere with, disparage, defame, extort, misrepresent, falsely portray, and damage Josh and Brandon, as well as their business Baker Salem, BAM, and other franchises of BAM in a variety, of ways. Evidence of co-defendants' ongoing conspiracy and illegal actions and or misconduct are depicted in the following video of publications. So in part 1, title, we know the title, found this link, downloaded. Oh, this is just them saying they're giving that to the court, as well as part 2 video, they're giving it to the court. Here at the time, it's accessible exclusively through Reckless Ben's subscription only Patreon. Channel 2 is on YouTube, but 3 is nowhere to be seen yet. It's not uploaded to either. So I thought he had, and then we see that they did not. A downloaded and viewable copy sent to the court. This is the second video. Again, this is just them telling the court that they sent them all in. Any and all other videos, posts, podcasts, social media content, or other publications by Brian, Ben, and the Schneider Group, or any of their agents, whether already posted as of the date hereof or posted in the future, that relate to reference or concern McNeff's, Josh, Brandon, Baker, Sam, blah, 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 whether or not specifically identified herein, are going in publications. Now, as evidenced in the 5/21/26 YouTube video and publications, beginning in early 2025 and continuing to the date hereof, over a substantial period of time, and with the direct and indirect support and encouragement of Brian, Crystal, and Benjamin, Ben and the Schneider Group began targeting the Baker Salem store and BAM to unlawfully shake them down and extort monies demanded. Oh, what the shakedown. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Okay. Blue Vegas says, love how they bring up Ben's trespassing, but never brings up how Josh gave permission to be back on the property to apologize to the manager. Right? Oh, that was such a trap. Oh my gosh. Bam sues everyone. I told you everybody this one is. Yeah. Yeah. What in the mafia is going on here? Oh, BJ, you don't even know, girl. Let me tell you what, you're gonna love this story. You're gonna
I
hell of
was just thinking, what did they do? Break some ankles? Break some legs?
right.
Shook them down. They sent out a shark to break some ankles.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little hyperbolic from what they were
A
doing.
little.
Like, let's be real. Let's be real. I mean, Bam did come down into, well, Josh and Brian, when they went to take the store. I mean, that was a little shakedowny, if you ask me. But, you know, what do I know? What do I know? All right. Shakedown and extort monies demanded. These targeted activities were directed at plaintiffs and include, inter alia, the following reported distinct actions as evidence in the publications: appearing in person and confronting harassing staff, shakedown; encouraging third parties to harass employees, further shakedown; facilitating threats towards staff. I didn't hear any of those, did you? Except for what? Going to court? Calling the police? I don't, if they think you're doing something illegal, is that it? Obtaining signatures under false pretenses, which doesn't really matter to anything. It was a bit. All right. Nothing about her signing that phone contract. That was a bit. All right. They did not actually believe that would hold up in court. Again, contracts can say anything. It doesn't mean they hold up. The shakedown while the shakedown while wearing only undies. They're so scary. So
Yeah.
scary. Deceptively distributing counterfeit raffle gift certificates and attempting to collect.
Was it counterfeit?
Right. That's a pretty strong word. That would make that a crime. I don't know
A
about that.
criminal crime.
A criminal.
As Reckless Ben likes to say.
That's one of my favorite sayings of his, a criminal crime. It's like, well, that's what crime is. But okay, Ben. Let's see. Shay says was told to preserve all evidence, including comments, but the main BAM Facebook page, where they replied to comments saying they wanted to make Brian whole, deleted thousands of comments. Oh, I'm sure they did. Everybody, as soon as you file this lawsuit, you better preserve everything. But I guess once I didn't care to do that. threatening destruction, injury, and damage to plaintiffs, and issuing and circulating dozens to hundreds of fraudulent certificates. Of what? How do I get a fraudulent certificate? Is that part of
Dozens to hundreds
Dozens
of
to
fraudulent.
hundreds. Interesting. Oh,
Is it
that could
dozens or
be
hundreds?
problematic. That could be very problematic for them. A federal
Was
crime
it USPS?
package with a USPS label pretending to be a federal employee. Ooh, if it's USPS, that is not good for them.
But I believe I watched EDB say that he doesn't even remotely resemble a USPS package.
Well, yeah,
Or
but wouldn't it be about who the person reasonably believed they thought they were dealing with?
I don't know. She's the lawyer. I just listened to the lawyer talk.
Yeah, I mean, if it's UPS or something like that, that's a little bit different. But it was UPS. Well, if it's UPS, then that's
private.
yeah, that's a private company. That wouldn't be a federal offense. But if it is USPS,
But you don't typically mess with the United States postal system, because if you want
No.
somebody to bring you down, it'll be the IRS and the USPS.
that's right. They will fuck you up. Like they don't mess around with that at all. It's like the two things our government loves doing: going after money and mail fraud. And they're very good at it. Okay, look at the package label. We will do that when we get there. Let's see. Interesting. Now, placing plaintiffs in a false light, publishing defamatory statements, among other episodes of unlawful activity, as detailed in part below. Oh, what a horror story this is. Following the May 21st initial video, the BAM responded by posting a note to our community about the Bricks and Minifigs Salem store, which we covered at the beginning, clarifying that the underlying dispute related to a private consignment arrangement allegedly made at the former store, debunking the entire premise of the unlawful and extortionistic enterprise. Just because you say it doesn't mean debunk. That doesn't debunk anything. You have to provide like fact evidence to debunk something, not just like it's debunked because we said so. So
Well, it's rational. There's
Listen,
no room for rationality in some places.
we're the good guys, even though the Lego movie was all about Lord business and corporate taking over and us being ran by corporate America. But you're the good guys. I forgot. I learned a lesson from the Lego movie, which if you've never seen the Lego movies, please go watch them. They're amazing. All right. They are not just for kids. It is great writing, a great story, a great message. I am 40 years old and I watch them on my own all of the time. They're one of my feel-good movies. Lego Batman, one of my favorite Batmans. So go watch it. Be one of the cool kids. All right. Where we were. So 2 days later, and on May 23rd, Ben released another YouTube response in which he recklessly it's in his name. Why are you guys surprised?
I see what you did there.
Recklessly dismissed BAM's clarification regarding the private consignment arrangement and doubled down on his false narrative. Why wasn't that enough to make him go away? Why?
I really hope Ben's attorney is really sassy.
I hope so too. I hope so too. I love sassy legal filings. Love it. Stating there's no reason for these Legos to be in their store. They didn't pay for them. See May 23rd's YouTube response, minute 30:58, which we watched before we started reading this. This statement demonstrates Ben's willful disregard for the legal realities explained in BAM's response. I mean, he cannot believe them. It's fine. You even said in your thing to people, don't believe anything until you see it played out in court. You literally told people that. It'll play out. The truth will come out in legal, ways. And now you're like, why didn't Ben just take our word for it? Why? Why isn't he believing us instead of waiting to see how court works? Okay. namely that BAM acquired the store assets as a bona fide purchaser without notice of the unauthorized private arrangement, and his intent to further mislead his audience and to incite continued harassment against plaintiffs in furtherance of the enterprise. Well, so if BAM, I just get so many questions. Maybe a lot of them aren't relevant, but so BAM reposed the store in November 2024. Josh and Brandon don't even start making like the business arrangements, all of that, until early 2025. So wouldn't that mean that initially it all went into corporate BAM? Like corporate BAM had control of all of the inventory in the store until it was then passed to Josh and Brandon.
I mean, it makes sense to me that that's how it would operate, but I'm not
Right.
really like I too have questions about how does it operate? Because knowing how they operate could answer a lot of these questions, but I don't have any knowledge of that. Like, what is the turnover? How does the turnover work? Who holds it in the interim between the sign over? Like,
Right. Ben doesn't seem to have a civil lawyer at this point, does he? Ooh, I know he has a criminal one, I think. I think he has. He better. If he doesn't want that. See, here's the thing, right? As you can think, you have everything. This is why you don't represent yourself in court, right? Even if you are like, I'm innocent of this whole thing. Here's proof. That's enough. That is not how the game is played in court. It is very precise in things and how to follow them, and it just never bodes well. So if he doesn't want the CRO, he better have a fucking lawyer.
Isn't but like he doesn't really have any felony charges. Most of them are all misdemeanor charges. Am I correct? Because I didn't. So I would like be less worried about the misdemeanor charges and be like, oh, the civil ones will eat you alive too.
Yeah. No, he needs lawyers for both. I mean, while the misdemeanors and the criminal ones, we have the American Fork Police Department who looked corrupt as shit in everything they did. So I would want criminal lawyers for that too, even if they're misdemeanors, because that can either they're going to argue about the police and their behaviors.
I totally agree about that because they have those circumstances, but I would get somebody to deal with that because these civil cases are so much more difficult, I think, sometimes than the criminal ones.
Yeah. It's please get lawyers for Tuesday. Oh, listen, we covered the Laura Owens case, right? And if you want to see how you can get fucked in civil court with TROs, all of that, and you're representing yourself and you have the truth on your side, go watch people get fucked in the Laura Owens case. And they both represent themselves at a certain point. You don't want to do it. Okay. You don't want to do it. It is. Yeah. Misdemeanors. I mean, yeah, it's still up to a year. Plus that'll help in the civil case if he does get it. But for fuck's sake. Oh, okay.
A civil case can ride for several years. Several years.
And it's a whole different set of rules. I prefer criminal court over covering it, not being a member of it, not being a participator.
I don't be forward of anything, but
no.
Covering criminal cases is much more easier. There's a easier line to follow in a criminal court case.
Yeah.
Like the rules I feel like are laid out a little bit more clear. Civil is so much nuance. And
so much. And you're not like guaranteed a lawyer in civil court. You have no right to that. You got to do it yourself. Oh my gosh. I hope not. All right. So extortion, harassment, and threats of violence, part 1.
Oh, here
part
we
go. Okay. There's more than one part. Okay.
So much violence. There was so much carnage in this entire story. So much violence.
No.
The bloodbath.
So scary. Representative images and content evidencing Ben and Schneider Group confronting and harassing Baker's staff and employees are set forth below. This is so fucking stupid. All right. In his YouTube video, Ben attempted extortion and directly threatened Ammon by stating that if you just want to give it back now, it's going to be a lot easier for you guys. You know, I think you guys would prefer the easy way or the hard way. I don't think you guys are really going to like it. An implied depiction of the threatened violence associated with the hard way is an explosion at BAM's corporate headquarters. No reasonable person is ever going to believe that, guys. Shut up. We watched the video. That is not, no. I consider the hard way, hey, we're going to play civil court. We're going to play legal games. Not that they're going to blow up your fucking headquarters. Literally nobody thinks that. And if they think that, they probably shouldn't be running a corporation, quite frankly. If you're that dumb that that's how you interpreted it, like, oh, okay. Oh, God, so stupid. That's not going to do what they think it's going to do in front of a jury. Because why would they not? Like, that's the thing is I could see how, oh, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. But there's lots of going to court and dragging this out is a hard way. It's not threatening, like, or we can call the cops, go take you to court. Those aren't threats. Those are.
Or we'll just irritate you to death by asking you over and over stuff. I mean, my kids do that to me all the time. Mom, you can give us what we want the easy way, or we could do this the hard way. I'll just irritate you to death.
Yeah. There is no court today, Sanshu. I'm pretty sure it got moved to next Tuesday, the 30th. Hello, Bill. Hello, welcome back. Oh, God. All right. So then in the video, Victor and a member of Schneider Group, each acting individually and as agents of Ben, pretending to be a celebrity and a member of a fake Lego club in order to trick an employee into unlawfully disclosing Josh's contact and other information to further harass and interfere with Baker Salem, Brandon, and Josh's business. Okay, but sorry. I mean,
is that illegal?
I mean, here's the deal, is the owner of the store, the manager, whatever, had to allow them to film in there during that. If they're going in, oh, this is a whole thing, there would have been a call to somebody. They would have been like, oh my God, that's fine. That would be great for our business. And then the employees who are on the clock participated in the competition they do sorting Lego bricks. Like, you kind of just like let them in. You didn't really verify that they were really all then. Like, did you do your research to like, or were you just like, oh my God, yeah, we'll do this. Let's see. Then they were impersonating the Guinness World Records personnel and delivering a disparaging, misleading, and fake award for most Legos stolen.
She didn't even look like she even remotely believed that was a real thing.
Exactly. Nor did they lead the audience to believe these were real things. When it comes to the YouTube creator one, that's their own damn fault for not, verifying and checking things out. This one, clearly, she does not believe this is serious in any way, shape, or form.
Well,
and again,
she's looking at it really critically, like, yeah. Okay.
Oh, gosh. Let's see. Fraud, deceit, impersonation, and forgery through false document scheme. Upon information and belief, Schneider admitted disguising a document as a delivery signature, then claiming it as a get-out-of-jail-free card, and that an employee owes $5,000 each time she calls police. But he never tried legally collecting any money on this, so it doesn't fucking matter.
That's what I was just thinking. I was like, okay, he said it to be funny,
yeah,
but it's not like he tried to sue her for the money that she owed him based on the contract that he had her sign.
Right. Like he didn't call the cops about it. He didn't, right? Well, as far as I know, maybe he did. I don't know from what we've seen so far.
It sounds like it was a bit.
But yeah, it very much seems like a bit. And he didn't try to pose it off as legal either to legal people like court or
Yeah, he didn't
police or
present
whatever.
it to a court that I'm aware of, trying to say like she owes me this money. That would be misrepresentation,
Right? And that an employee owes $5,000 each time she calls police. Upon information and belief, the document was obtained by deception and was not knowingly signed as a contract and it's unenforceable, which is probably why they didn't try to enforce it, you dumbass. We know. The signature request made under false pretense echo the fraudulently obtained signatures on fictitious contract documents previously used in Salem, suggesting an intent to fabricate legal claims or evidence for extortion and harassment purposes. They knew it wouldn't have held up in court anyway, because while you are responsible for when you sign something, you also have to be told what it is you're signing. Like they can't just do it under a guise of something else. They knew it wouldn't hold up. Again, they didn't try to use it, did they? No. No. The formatting is so inconsistent. Dream over here is losing it. None of this was a bit to the people he was harassing. No. I mean, but what they're using is part of his video, you know? So if they're going to argue parts of his video, the video itself for the audience to believe it was a bit would be their argument, if I think. Again, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say Ben and friends did everything perfectly. I will tell you right now, they didn't. They made some big boo-boos. They did some things
but
that aren't great.
if any, even if say that so, it wasn't a bit to the people who he was harassing. I have never said that they probably don't have a case for harassment. I
Oh, yeah.
absolutely think he borderlined, or he crossed into that territory. They have an argument for that. They absolutely do.
Mhm. Mhm.
But to say that this was a contract that was misrepresented and this is the big illegal, or one of the big illegals. I don't think that's going to hold. But
Mm.
if the argument here is harassing, you are correct. I believe you are correct. This is harassment, but none of the other stuff here that I
Mhm.
see applies. And that's my take on it.
I'm certainly interested in how both sides are going to argue these things. I want to hear arguments on both sides about this. Now, you know, they're also though saying that Ben, because he did this whole thing on the internets, are now being a part of the problem. So therefore, does a reasonable person of his audience really believe anything that he's saying in certain parts of this when they're obviously bits, like the explosion part? No reasonable person is going to view that and be like, yeah, that's exactly what Ben's telling us, is to blow it up. No. And so for those arguments, which they have started already arguing in this, I would be like, no. So we'll see. We'll see how
Yeah, I mean,
both sides argue things. I'm very excited about it. I'll tell you
in
that.
order to get a defamation claim, what he's saying has to be untrue, and he has to know it to be untrue when he's saying it. So defamation and harassment, maybe, but all the other stuff is just nah.
Yeah, it's far reaching. This is very far reaching at this
Yeah.
point here and what they're covering at this point. Like, oh, okay. But again, you can put whatever you want in these. So let's see. So next would be Ben and Ado, member of the Schneider group, drafted a licensed merchandise and promotion agreement with an absolute non-trespass covenant. Then fraudulently obtained a Baker Salem store manager's signature by posing as a federal government employee, USPS, or UPS delivery personnel. Well, you're going to need to be more specific, because one of those is a problem. The other one is a not great problem. one is a very big bad problem. The other one's not great. Like you could have just pretended to be like from like DoorDash or something. One of those, you know. Ooh. Ben later unlawfully threatened and demanded payment of $40,000 for alleged violations of the forged agreement, accompanied by threats. He could be like, "Oh, you owe me $40,000." That doesn't mean anything. Just like Josh and Ben said, "Well, to Brian, your stuff doesn't mean anything. Take us to court then if you want it." People can say a lot of things. So this is the absolute no trespass agreement, which again is BS. Ooh, yikes. Yikes. It does say USPS first class packaging. If that, that's not
I
great.
can't read that.
Oh, hold on. Let me make it bigger
It's
for you.
blurry to me. So, oh, yeah. Okay.
That's not great.
When I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong.
Yeah. And it says USP tracking number here.
Hmm.
Ooh, boy. Yikes, guys.
Yeah, you might be in big trouble there.
Yeah, that's not great. Don't do that. Don't do that. Ooh, boy. They haven't been charged with anything like that, but that is yikes.
Yeah, USPS don't like that.
No.
Mm-mm.
So yeah, that's not
No, it says USPS. It says it's got to be fake. That's a UPS label with USPS tracking, but it's labeled USPS. You wouldn't know who the tracking is with it. If it says USPS, you're representing a USPS.
mm-hmm. It
'Cause
doesn't matter if
a
those codes lead to
layperson wouldn't
anything
be
or
able to
not.
a layperson, I would think, is not going to be able to distinguish whose tracking numbers go with who.
Mhm.
But it says USPS, and that tells me United States Postal Service. Like, I wouldn't know if that was Amazon, if that was DHL, that was FedEx. I wouldn't know. But it says USPS. I would assume it's USPS.
Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. Yeah. Yeah, that's trying to pass. Oh, stupid. Yep. Don't talk to anybody anymore, Ben. Just shut the fuck up. All right. And just lay low. All right. Let the internet work this out for you here. All right. Let's see this again here. Oh,
With
man.
the Amazon Prime tape.
And USP. Oh, yeah. That's. Uh-oh. Well, this is not good for them.
USPS first class.
This could be very problematic for.
That can be
them.
yeah.
I'm not a lawyer, but
okay.
don't
Let's
ever
count
go
up the
doing
ones
stuff
that
like
could
that.
be
I can tell you that. That part's not great for
I would
them.
I want to see him. I want to see it. You need an attorney, bro, to argue that.
Yikes. Though USPS would never wear those clothes. They wear their specific clothes for a reason.
Are
So
they? Because my U.S. Postal Service wears civilian clothes all the time.
Oh, really? Ours does not. No.
Ours does because they're contracted out from the Postal Service.
Oh, maybe that's okay. So maybe that's reason. Okay. All right. Fair argument. Ours have their summer gear and their winter gear, which you know nothing about. But it's all like that they're
We have winters
male.
here.
Not
It just
really.
might not be like your winters. It does get cold. But yeah, our people, like our postal services, roll up in not postal trucks. They roll up in regular cars and vans and stuff and regular clothes, so you wouldn't know.
Okay. Well, hey, you know what? We're not lawyers. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But I would be very nervous about that. Don't ever do something like that. They will fuck you. Don't do it. All right. So this is them talking about the contract, which again doesn't really matter. They're also in person. Oh, God, this is a mess. That part's not great. I don't care about this thing they made her sign because it doesn't hold up. They never did anything legally, but how they obtained it, that's problematic there. I had not connected that the first time I watched the video. So But interesting, they seem to be focusing on that. So, okay. All right. I don't know. I don't know. And they have a little USP. Are you talking about people that deliver to you or?
Or they talk about the picture
Yeah.
that you scrolled past, like in the background. I don't know.
Oh. Okay. So sometimes, so a lot of people have their USPS people wearing regular clothes. So, okay. That makes sense probably, right? Ooh. Oh, deliver it to you. Okay. All right. UPS was that's so bad. Okay. It's more so about making a counterfeit label. Now it was used in a joke. Perhaps it's not like they tried to, I don't know. Didn't they
Does intent
call?
matter? I don't think intent matters.
I don't think it does. And here's why. Again, we're not lawyers. This is like a hobby. Didn't in the video, whose house were they at? Josh's house, I think it was. One of the calls to the police was because of a suspicious package, which I'm assuming is that one. So, yikes. All right. Well, I don't know.
It's got an Amazon box, but that doesn't make a difference because I get Amazon deliveries all the time from USPS.
Mm-hmm.
They deliver. It's not just an Amazon delivery driver.
Yeah,
They
that's
come
true. We do
through
too.
My postal service all the time. So the Amazon box is meaningless to me. It doesn't really.
Well, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see with that stuff, huh? More screenshots from the video.
Yeah, like I said, when I see it, I'll call it out. That's not great.
So the fake unauthorized raffle. This one I am interested about for sure. So in or about April 2025, about how they're claiming it's unauthorized, all of that, but in or about April 2025, members of Ben's team set up a fictitious giveaway from the Salem store and falsely impersonated and claimed to be Baker Salem store staff members or affiliates in the public. We don't know this to be true. This was that part. I don't remember from the video of them claiming to be that store. I thought it was from the We Steal from Old People. Do you remember? I don't. But this was reported and the Kaiser Police Department investigated. Ooh, there's a case number. A detailed incident log documenting the continuous disparagement and harassment campaign, including corresponding law enforcement case numbers from April 2025 through May 2026, is attached as Exhibit I. Okay.
Well, now that you mention it, I don't remember them ever saying they were from the store. When the man asked him who he was with, he said Scientology sucks.
Yes, that's right. That is right. I do remember. Yes. Yes. So what the F? Because yeah, that's when he talks about that. So yeah, that's a good point. Well. I already read that. Sorry. Representative image and content evidencing Ben and the Schneider group distributed an unauthorized raffle ticket and associated a fake gift certificate is set forth below. So they're saying here's the YouTube conducting an unauthorized raffle, but it did kind of seem all legal. What else did they have to do? I don't know. That part seemed legit, but I'm not a lawyer and familiar with it.
They didn't actually have the prize. That part could be illegitimate.
But they don't offer any argument about that. One would think that they would if that was the actual problem.
Well, it's fake if you don't actually have a prize, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I've never read or
I've never
covered
seen
anything
this.
involving like that part of law. I don't know. That's why I'm really interested in hearing more about.
I really want to hear the other
those
side.
reasons.
That's why I hope he gets an actual attorney, because I want to see how another attorney would argue the other side of this.
Yeah. This is a
Because I know how
really
I
like
would, but I'm not an
gray
attorney.
area for me of like what's I don't know anything about lotteries, raffles, all of that sort of stuff. So that'd be very interesting. But again, they said that they did not say they were that from that store, or at least what was viewed in the video. Now, separate actions by Ben and the Schneider group directly targeting the Baker Salem store and indirectly, BAM, included trespassing to deface and post defamatory signage. Yeah, that was not great. Stating BAM stole a family's life savings, was sued, lost, and closed to avoid paying. Affixing materials to windows, acts of vandalism, and continued trespass, which Ben allegedly later admitted, and distributing shirts, flyers, and banners with false and misleading statements and disparaging BAM's brand. I think a
But you
lot
have
of
to prove that what they said was a lie
right,
first.
exactly. Now, putting stuff on the bill, yeah, that is vandalism. I know it's not like the kind you usually think of, but that would fit under there. Somebody could definitely argue that. Man Blossom says BAM is banking on it being a falsified raffle because if not, they committed a felony by withholding the prize that was donated by Brian. Okay, so maybe the reason they didn't want to argue or put too much in here about it is because they're like, yeah, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. We don't want to put ourselves in a bad situation, because I think it is interesting that they didn't make much of a fuss. I would think they would. Ah, jeez. Jeez. Now, representative images and content separately evidencing Ben and Schneider's group furtherance of acts of defamation by allegedly creating an organ entity with the with the name "We Steal from Old People," a website and a legal logo for the admitted purposes of disparaging BAM are set forth below. Well, I mean, maybe. But if this was so problematic, then you're going to need to take them to copyright court, which is a whole different court. That's federal court. So this case will not determine whether or not people couldn't tell the difference. That's a whole different court.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting if things start ending up in federal court.
Mhm.
Oh, because you can't watch those.
I know. Which, by the way, I think it's amazing. See this one too, the Bricks and Mini. I mean, that's not even the same logo as this one up here. So I think this one they could have got away with. The other one, not so much. Anyway, Ben also set up a booth outside a BAM franchise store located in Salem, Oregon, and by his own admission, impeded, stopped, and redirected customers from entering the store, directly interfering with plaintiff's business operations and intimidating and scaring customers and comprising customer relationships. The police didn't have a problem with it. They're like, this all seems very legit, because they called the cops, remember? And the cops were like, you're fine, carry on. Though Ben was originally there and he swapped out with the other guy and he put it on fucking video for the internet like a dumbass. Ben, come on, not great. Yeah, they don't want that. BAM doesn't want federal either. And I'm sure that there are some pretty interesting reasons why. Let's see. Representative images and content separately evidencing Ben and Schneider's group acts of vandalism. 2, creation of a website entitled "We Steal from Old People.com," selling disparaging merchandise. trespass upon and defacing of Baker Salem's property using false, disparaging, and defamatory statements are set forth below. Oh no. Why do my headphones have low battery? Probably because I didn't charge them over the weekend. Hold on, because let me get this. I'll switch over to elbow feeds here in just a second. What time is it? Oh no, it's after 2. Actually, we're probably gonna have to wrap things up and get back to it a different day. You are right, Buffy.
I
All right.
told you. We had a whole conversation about. I was
did.
like, girl, it takes us 4 hours to get through a 40-page document. There's no way we're covering
And we're
95
at page
pages.
36. You were right.
I saw that when you were
Buffy was
scrolling through. I was
right.
like, Buffy is always right.
Let's see. We'll do the YouTube video. Member of Schneider group trespassing and climbing ladder to the top of Baker's store wearing a Lego yellow head covering to illegally deface and hang a defamatory banner sign stating "We steal from old people." Separately, Schneider is trespassing and tabling outside the Baker store to stop customers from entering the store by sharing false and misleading statements depicting theft. I don't know about all of that.
How many costumes are going to look like that this year?
Oh, everybody's being Lego people this year. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, they will. And so there's a bunch of pictures of that from the video, which this part didn't seem like it was wrong or illegal because the cop didn't really care and make them pack it up. But climbing onto the building for the sign, probably not a good idea. The other stuff's debatable. All right, well, let me do this. Let's see. Oh, this is just them changing the signs, putting it on top of the other. That would be considered vandalism. All right, so that's where we're going to stop at for today. What, page 41? I'm going to leave that note. Probably be back maybe Wednesday or something, Wednesday afternoon or something. I don't know. I got a plan on the schedule still. Complaint. What was the number I said? 41. Let me make that note. Stopped page 40. Because I definitely want to get through all of this legal and TRO stuff before court on next Tuesday. I just have to figure out when I'm going to fit this stuff into our busy schedule for this week. Maybe we'll have to do some night ones. I don't know. The end of the document is Ben's YouTube transcripts. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, gosh, you guys, this is such a mess. Such a mess for all people involved here. Like I said, if we want to see Ben and the others go through with this to get accountability, he's going to need some. First, he's going to need some fucking lawyers. I don't know who's talking to Ben. Ben, you can't win it yourself. All right. If it was that easy to represent yourself in civil court against corporations, people would do it all the time. I'm not saying you're not smart, you're not clever. I'm just saying it's a game and you have to play by certain rules.
Smart. And you're not
or
clever. You're not,
or
not for court.
Not for what you're up against, buddy. All right. You're up against some pretty wild shit here, and you need some motherfucking lawyers. Okay. And it's going to cost a pretty penny to get him the representation and the others. Again, they have not put the names of other people. We're going to see the names of Sheldon. We're going to see all of those on there. Bet. I'm surprised they didn't already, but I would not be surprised if they're added to this lawsuit. I know the others are Sheldon and Friends have one, a GoFundMe or something like that up. I need to link these all in the description this afternoon. But, you know, they want to open a case against the American Fork Police Department and how they were treated. There's a lot going on here. And again, I think everybody of every party has done something not great. But what the things, in my opinion, that Ben has done compared to the level of the other two entities, American Fork, especially number one, fuck those guys. Okay, they took an oath to uphold the Constitution and they broke a whole fucking list, allegedly, in my opinion, numerous times. So we'll definitely be focusing on them because I hope they do go after them. They absolutely should do that because when you're dealing with an alleged corrupt police department, this is not the only people that they've done this to, allegedly, if you believe that to be true. People do stuff so brazenly in the public eye because they've been allowed to do it publicly and not face any consequences. And I would not be surprised if that police department has a lot of claims for other things. This is not the first time any of them have done that. So we will, again, we're going to cover all of the complaint and everything for next Tuesday first. Then we'll get into body cams and more of the American Fork Police Department. And then we'll get into the franchise business dealings of all of it later. So we're going to take it kind of chunk by chunk. But because the TRO evidentiary hearing is next Tuesday, that's the most important part to focus on at the minute. And that complaint we read today, that's the same case. So the American, his criminal charges, nothing's happening with that anytime soon. He's either going to fight it, take a plea deal, or state's going to drop the charges because of the misconduct, alleged misconduct by them. So Ben still needs a
So
lawyer.
it depends on how corrupt the courts are too, and the DA.
Mm-hmm. And
Allegedly.
no, we're not some conspiracy theorists. If you don't believe us, take a look at Canton, Massachusetts, and the Massachusetts State Police. Happens everywhere. All right, happens everywhere. So we will definitely, though, be looking further into that because I think that is a very important part of this story. The police fucked it up for everybody. By the way, they made everything so much worse.
I just don't think you can really have a corrupt police department without a corrupt court system as well.
Mm-hmm. And then, there's also into play, which will also be a separate section. I mean, you guys, we're going to be covering this for months. We can't go balls to the wall with it this week because of the other case we're covering. This is a big week. We've spent months getting to the point we are this week for Laura Owens, which if you don't know that story and you want to learn about how you can get fucked in civil courts with protection orders and all of that, go watch our Laura Owens playlist, okay? Because it'll show you need a fucking lawyer, even when you're innocent. Because people can say whatever the fuck they want in civil courts, apparently. But we will be going and doing this more and more throughout the week here, sometime after the next week or two. It might even be after the 4th, but we will be covering a lot. I'm sorry we can't cover it every day. I'm going to look at my schedule to see when we can get through everything else this week. So we will do more this week. I just don't know when.
I mean, do we need sleep?
Do we need sleep? No, I don't. I just bought a 12-pack of Alani, Buffy. I'm ready.
Well,
who cares?
We'll just do a 24-hour stream.
I did 12 hours like a champ without any Alani. So
and then you disappeared for 2 days.
Well, that's
24,
true.
We'll be doing a welfare check.
Well, and Tuck says, I have a feeling the judges are corrupt. Well, we also know that this is a very Mormon community. And I'm not saying everybody that's in Mormonism is like all caught up in all this stuff, but it is a lot of handshaking, quality kind of behavior.
What I
right?
like to refer to is incestuous.
Yes. And the term Mormon mafia is there for a reason. And that's because it kind of exists a little bit. So that's also another section of everything because I did see that somebody was, how like Mormons like go out into the world and knock on doors, which is fucking hilarious, right? That these people are so fucking pissed because they're going into the stores, preaching their idea of what happened when they're always knocking on our fucking door. I'm just saying, Okay. The irony is not lost on me with that. But who was it? They did their thing together. When they, at a certain age, you go out into the world. I forget what it's called. Somebody in chat's about ready to tell me. I know they are.
Where you talking about Mormons?
Yes. I think it was Brandon in one of the cops, or maybe it was Josh in one of the. Anyway, there are connections of years of knowing each other. So that's a whole thing. That is a whole freaking thing. I do have my Hellfire shirt on today. So now I want to know how to get Prego from Oral. Well, if you enjoyed our coverage of this, like honestly, the Laura Owens case at first, if you don't know, all right, is about this woman who 3 years ago claimed that she got pregnant by the bachelor Clayton Eckert. And you may be like, why the fuck do I care? Oh, trust me, you care, because that is not what it's all really about. She claims she got pregnant by him. All she did was give him a BJ. She claims to be pregnant with twins. Never gets any confirmation besides peeing on a fucking pee stick that she was pregnant with high risk twins, right? It's because none of it was real. It was all made up. But boy, did she drag him through fucking court. Almost $150,000 in lawyer fees for made up babies. All right. And not only, and we're finally watching the paternity trial this Friday. We've spent months covering this case, deep diving, just like we will do with Bam, in case you're wondering, are these two really dedicated? Yes. Yes, we are. We are patient.
Obnoxiously so.
Yes. But we finally get to watch the paternity trial this Friday that we have waited since February to watch. It's an old story, but she is now facing 14 felony counts for perjury, fraud, evidence, like 14 felonies she's facing. And it turns out Clayton was not the first guy she's done this to. No, there were other men that she took to court with false, but 3 that we'll talk about, with these false allegations. And it's fucking nuts. All right. I don't know if I have ever. If you are interested, there's parallels a little bit to thing. And she experienced the internet because she thought, oh, I'll go and tell the internet that I am the anonymous woman who got pregnant by the bachelor on Reddit, like a fucking idiot. And then the whole world's like, we don't believe you, and started going through her stuff. And so it's just really funny. So that's another reason why we can't go all in this week, because we've been into it, but we will for sure very soon, because we can slow down a little bit on the other one. She may go to trial in August. I don't think she's going to trial in August. She should take the plea deal, which we'll also find. Next week is a big week for Laura and for Bam. So we're going to be so busy. But we really do appreciate everybody watching us. If you haven't, please subscribe, hit the notification bell. Make sure you turn on all so you don't miss when we go live or drop an episode. We'll be doing Laura Owens this week, though, at 10 a.m. Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday's trial day. And then I'm going to, after this, see where we can put in Bam's stuff throughout this week or weekend. Excuse me. Before then, you can check out both under our playlist. Other than that, that is all we've got for you guys today. Like I said, we'll pick up right where we left off and get the rest covered before court next week. Do you have anything else you would like to say, Buffy, before my headphones die? Because the lady is screaming at me.
No, just thank you for watching. I like hanging out with y'all, and I love the chat. The chat is the best part of this, because y'all are just so smart, and you teach us something new. And yeah, I like learning from you guys mostly, because I'm like, my mind blown every time.
Yeah.
So
yeah, don't ever think that we're annoyed about it at all. Also, if you have, we're not like that at all. We love to hear answers to our questions from people that have been in it longer than us, for sure. But if there is anything else that you think we need to go over, don't assume we have everything. Like, I spent hours collecting stuff, and I know I have not touched it all.
Hours and days.
Hours and days. But if you're like, these are definitely things you need to read or watch, please leave them in our comment section, or you can email me at Tara, Tara, at tcwtmedia.com, and I will add those things to the spreadsheets I already have started for this case, because they include everything my spreadsheets do: events, documents, videos, interviews, body cams, everything. I put in there, so you can email those to me. Say Cheese says $20 that she doesn't go to trial at all. Laura, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Look, she's ready to play big money stakes. $20.
Right? Or you can DM me on Discord by joining our
lose, say
Discord.
Cheese, you got to put $20 in Michael Maricini's GoFundMe.
Right? Oh my gosh. But all right. Well, we will be back later with more BAM coverage. We'll see you all for Laura Owens tomorrow at 10 a.m. As we said, leave in the comments your thoughts. Not even stuff that we do read the comments. We do talk about the comments on our shows, and things that people have posted and all of that. So please leave those for us. Share on social media. We're a little itty bitty baby channel, so doing all that really helps us out a lot. Also, a big thank you to everyone that gave super chats today and gifted memberships. Your guys' support means everything. We're so appreciative, because also, just like the Laura Owens community, the JFC, the BBB community, I forgot, that's what we're called, Brick by Brick, has been so generous in welcoming us in as the new kids to the BBB community as well. And we really, really, really appreciate that, because some communities are like, no, we already know all the things and you're idiots. So no. So we just really appreciate everyone else, just welcoming us in and being like, our little baby birds, we'll help you. We'll help you navigate through this maze of crazy. So thank you for that. But until next time, my friends, go forth and be amazing. All right. Bye.